Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My apologies for joining a bit late. I'm just struggling with the connection, and I need assistance, please, to also rename my device. I'm not sure if the administrators would be able to help me. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Honorable members, let me welcome you to this, I think it's the penultimate meeting actually of the committee before we rise at the end of the year. The meeting has been called to discuss mostly issues relating to the South African Broadcasting Corporation, as well as the work that is being done around the the digital migration, the BDM project, looking at the date of the analog switch off, considering issues around DTT, DTH, as well as the department's response to the public hearings on the SABC bill. May I request the Secretariat to put up the agenda? And may I also welcome, I have not had an opportunity to check who is in the meeting, but I see the Deputy Minister is here. The Minister is here as well. Honorable members, you are welcomed to the meeting. In front of us is the agenda. I have learned over time not to say that we will finish early, but I do think that the time that's been allocated to this meeting is quite generous, and hopefully we should finish long before that 5 o'clock time that has been proposed for the length of the meeting. May I request the Secretariat to just outline apologies and whether we form a quorum to be able to start the meeting? Secretariat?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have, as far as I counted, 4 members: Ms. Chauke Adonis, Ms. Budlani, Mr. Vilakazi, Mr. Subrati. We're just waiting on 1 more member, Chairperson, then we'll have a quorum to adopt the minutes, but we can proceed if we don't do minutes yet. And then apologies for Mr. Matafa, Chairperson, and Mr. Shongani will be late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well noted. So if we're sitting with, you said 4 members, we can start the meeting. However, we can't take any decisions on any issues. Can you bring up the agenda once again? And maybe just for housekeeping purposes, honorable members, colleagues, please do remember on a virtual platform, you are requested to show your video every time you interact. And this is largely because we would want this meeting to also stream quite well, given the fact that the meetings of a portfolio committee are public meetings, and we know that Parliament TV is carrying it. So just for ease of engagement, I think if we could just stick to that. May I have the, so the agenda is back on.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Sithole.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
We are well, Honorable Sithole.
Good morning to members. I didn't hear my name. I didn't. You hear?
We hear you, Honorable Sithole.
Okay, I said I didn't hear my name. I don't know. I'm part of that 4 members.
Correct, Chairperson. If Mr. Satoli is here, then we could, in terms of taking a decision with the minutes as well. Thank you, Mr. Satoli.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. Thank you very much. So we may proceed then. I think let's go through the agenda as it stands and just very quickly deal with those minutes of the last 2 meetings. It was the 22nd of October, 2024, and followed by the 29th of October, 2024. Hajira, may I please request that you put up the minutes?
Chairperson, I don't know if the DM wants to say something. His hand is up. I don't know if you can see it.
Thank you. Honorable Gungubele?
No, thanks, Chairperson. Should I open the camera?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
We want to be sure.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I'm not sure the item on apology has been finally dealt with, because I wanted to say, if the generous time that has been given is maximized, it will put me in trouble, because my flight takes off at about 2 o'clock.
Thank you, DM. We will note that apology for departure. What time would be comfortable for you? 2 o'clock?
1, Chairperson. Yes, thank you.
All right. No, we've noted it at DM. I really think it's up to us. The items, yes, are weighty, but I don't think that they require really the whole day, given the fact that we've dealt with most of these matters in various forms already. So that apology of the DM, if we could please note it. Thank you, Honorable Botlani. Please remain vigilant. I may not see some other hands as they go up there. Before us, honorable members, are the minutes of the meeting of the 22nd of October, which sought to consider and adopt the BRRR of the DCDT, as well as the BRRR of the GCIS, and then the notice and schedule determining the salaries, allowances, and benefits payable to members of ICASA. And then finally, the adoption of the DCDT and GCIS third and fourth quarter expenditure reports. If you could go down to the next page, please. Honorable members, as there are issues, please do stop us if you want to make any changes. That is page 2, which is the first part of the content of the minutes, speaking to the consideration of the BRRR and the report being adopted with amendments. Next page, please. The BPPP of the GCIS being adopted with amendments. The report on the salaries of members of the CASA Council, considered the report, and then the report was adopted. It says without amendments. The third and fourth quarter reports of the GCIS and the DCDT. If you go down to committee observations, there were observations that we made around the salaries and allowances and benefits of members of ICASA Council. We noted that the performance agreements should still be completed and the meeting resolved to put to the minister consideration of a time frame of 3 months, given that this issue has been outstanding for a while. That in addition, the committee should as quickly as possible also finalize the process of establishing the evaluation panel, given that that matter has been referred to the committee. And then finally, that a letter to be sent to the minister, reminding him of his obligations on the above. Next slide, please. Next page. The adoption of minutes for the next days, those were adopted in the following meeting that was referred to. Honorable members, those are the minutes of the meeting of the 22nd of October. May I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
I move it, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Story. May I have a seconder?
I second.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Subrathi, that hand, was it to second the minutes? Thank you very much. So those minutes have been adopted. Could we put up the 29th of October? This was the meeting that was held in that tiny boardroom on Yerenchat Street. It was an update on the progress of the establishment of the SDIC, the briefing by the FPB on the implementation of the Amendment Act, and then the report back of the subcommittee on the appointment of ICASA councillors. If you may go down, please. Sorry, please go up. Okay, thank you. You may continue. Thank you. You may proceed to the next page. Thank you. You may proceed to the next page. Thank you. You may proceed to the next page. I think there's an error there on the number of candidates. It is not 170, it is 270. Thank you, honorable members. Those are the minutes before you for the meeting of the 29th of October, 2024. May I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes, which dealt with the SDIC, they dealt with issues around the FPB, and a report on the subcommittee for the for the appointment of ICASA councillors. Honorable Vilakazi, Honorable Subrathi, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I move for this adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. May I have a seconder?
I move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilakazi. With that out of the way, and thank you very much, honorable members. I know that we had held over these minutes, but had wanted to ensure that we bring a proper product to you. So I do thank you for your consideration on the deferment of the minutes. If we go back to our agenda, the first item on the agenda, which was originally part of our third term program, but which has obviously become all the more urgent given the fact that government gazetted the analog switch off for the 31st of December, which is really in a few weeks' time. As the portfolio committee, we felt it was prudent that we seek a report on the progress around the analog switch off as part of the digital migration project. And yeah, I think it's self-explanatory. Maybe let me hand over to the minister to introduce the item and also indicate how he would wish to be taking it forward. Thank you. Honorable Minister, you are welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DM. Good morning to all the colleagues that I have connected to join this meeting. Thanks very much, Chair, for the opportunity. As you correctly indicated, I think it's common cause now, the knowledge around the fact that the government gazette around the analog switch on identified the 31st of December this year as the date to proceed with the analog switch off. What will be emerging from the presentation, which DDG Ngobeni will outline, is to showcase one, some of the work that has gone into migrating some parts of the population, and also some of the serious difficulties that have been encountered in making sure that we can get to that percentage, which would then facilitate the smooth transitioning to switching off. It will also indicate the dilemma that we face in terms of the options that are on the table. That when you look in terms of the progress that has been done, it's very clear that there will be serious difficulties with proceeding with the date as it is, as there are thousands, and DDG Juneko will be able to get into the exact numbers of South Africans who are still dependent on analog as their source of access to television services. But also it raises the dilemma in terms of the funding for dual illumination, which would be keeping both analog and digital on. And given the fact that there hasn't been a financial commitment, Chair, the camera keeps moving. Is it on my end or it's the background team? I'm getting distracted slightly.
Sorry, Minister. I'm not sure which camera is it. Yours? We can see you perfectly. You are in perfect frame. There's no problem at all.
Okay, maybe it's just me. But as I was saying, one of the big dilemmas that we face is with covering the costs of dual illumination, because where we are in right now, there isn't a financial, provision for this to happen. So if we were to then say that the date should be extended, for instance, we'll then need to get into a conversation about where do we find the funding to cover the cost of dual illumination. Centec has already indicated that it is under financial financial strain to be able to continue with covering this, and that in terms of the Universal Access Fund, which has previously carried this, there hasn't been any provision made for the next financial year. Although with that in mind, the opportunity that is still on the table is an engagement between USASA and the Treasury, which we as the department ministry can also help fast track in finding that funding to make sure that should then the call be that an extension is necessary based on the reasons that I've highlighted, that there is funding to cover that. Because in simple terms, it comes down to those two choices. The choices that confront us now would be, one, if we proceed with the analog switch on, we are going to leave hundreds of thousands of members of the public behind. And I think that on its own has several implications and consequences, even for the broadcasters. And secondly, should we then, say that the reasonable thing in light of this to proceed would be an extension of the date, then we'll need to get into a conversation about securing the funding, where we get that funding for dual elimination, and then how long the extension would be, so that we do not come back again at a later stage to have the same conversation about whether there is a need to relook the deadline or not. And Chair, this is basically what is going to confront us with the presentation. And on that note, I would then hand over to DDG Ngobeni to go into that presentation with your permission. I think the last point that I want to make is that there's also been just in terms of correspondence that at a ministerial level that I've received, there's been correspondence from the broadcasters, SABC, E-Media, and even the National Association of Broadcasters. I think also, if I remember correctly, ICASA has also written to the ministry expressing their concerns with the looming deadline and the implications that it can have. And to that end, we have, even in previous months, held meetings with their broadcasters to listen to their concerns about the date, and also the progress in terms of the work on the part of the department and our entities in facilitating the digital migration. And we'll also have another session with the broadcasters later this week as we get closer to finalizing the consultative process about how we best proceed with the deadline. On that note, Chair, I'll hand back to you to allow DDG Ngobeni to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for that introduction. DDG Ngobeni, you're on the platform.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I can given the rights to share the screen, or if someone is projecting the presentation.
Secretariat, can you assist with sharing rights for Mr. Ngobeni or put up the presentation? May we be favored with your handsome face, DDG Ngobeni, while we are getting that presentation up?
So we can...
the rights, Mr. Ngobeni.
Yes, Chair. I'm sure you can see me, Chair. I'm trying to...
Yes, and please keep it like that.
Okay, I will do so, Chair.
Given the fact that you've got a presentation, it's fine. We'll allow you to switch off your video. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, DM, chairpersons of boards, CEOs, DG, and colleagues. As Minister indicated, I'll try to take you through the update on the BDM program. This is the outline. We'll talk about the ecosystem and also provide a bit of background on the program itself, and then provides an update, particularly on the key activities that will lead us to analog switch off, and also a indicate some of the risks and also come up with a recommendation at the end. This is just the purpose of the presentation, just to provide update to the committee as we move forward. So in terms of the BDM, just to recap on the ecosystem, it's quite a complex program. It is several role players, but overall the department is the project owner as well. It's also responsible for policy. There was a policy that was firstly developed in 2012 and amended later in 2015. And as part of that process as well, ICASA developed regulations which govern the digital migration and also just digital broadcasting through the transitional period. And another enabling factor was the standards for the decoders and also the standard for the transmission, where the standard for DTT was chosen, DVB-T2. Also, there was a standard for decoders that should be available in the retail market, which also enabled the manufacturers to produce decoders, and also a standard for IDT TVs. So that was the responsibility of the South African Bureau of Standards. Centec was tasked with the rollout of the digital network, primarily the digital terrestrial network, and also as a gap filler, the digital satellite transmission network, the DTH. And maybe before I proceed again, is that all the boxes that are indicated in green, so those are the areas where we have completed, and the ones which in orange are the ones which are underway at the moment. And with regard to interference, because of the nature of broadcasting, that its transmissions can also go to reach neighboring countries. And because some of the neighboring countries through the IT process, they had indicated that they will be using this spectrum for mobile communications, there was a need to engage with them to manage interference during the transition. So there were agreements reached with the affected neighboring countries. And then the other key activity was the procurement of the devices, particularly the STBs, which was the responsibility of USASA. USASA commenced the process to procure set-top boxes and also the associated equipment to enable the installation at households. That process is still underway. And then the broadcasters were tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that consumers are aware of the need to migrate, but also of the deadline where the analog TV will be switched off, and encouraging them to go and register so that they can be supported, particularly indigent households. And those who do not qualify, then they can migrate themselves through the retail market. Another key activity is the registration of these indigent households. There was a process led by the post office using the post office network in the main, and which was a manual process where consumers will visit the post offices and complete the forms. And then lately, there's also an addition of another platform, which is an online platform, which is the responsibility of SITA, so that people are able to register online if they are not able to reach the post offices. Then another task is then the responsibility for installation management. Previously, USASA had appointed installers to conduct these installations, and this task has now been also assigned to Centec to manage the installation process, and this is underway. And that installation then leads to the installation of the set-top boxes, leads to a determination by the broadcasters whether a particular transmitter can be switched off after a threshold has been reached. And then once the transmitter has been switched off, there's a process just to rearrange the frequencies, just to ensure that we ensure efficient spectrum management, because the way the spectrum will have been planned. And then eventually this leads to the release of the spectrum through the digital dividend process, and which has been completed through ICASA, allowing that spectrum to be licensed to the mobile operators as part of the recent auction process. so in terms of background, I'll just skip the slide because I think the next slide it provides the more details. So in terms of the approach that was undertaken to finalize the switch off, last year in July, there was a gazette which, in June actually, there was a gazette which adopted a two-phased approach to switch off analog transmitters. The first approach was that by June, we should conclude all the transmitters which affected the spectrum that was earmarked for the mobile spectrum. And then the second approach, which is the phase 2, is what then we are working on to try and ensure that all the remaining analog transmitters be switched off by the end of December. And this is what we'll provide an update on. And as part, after concluding the first phase in July, there were 195 transmitters remaining to be switched off. And then all the stakeholders led by the department jointly developed a plan on how to switch off the remaining transmitters. And the plan was really premised on trying to ensure that we are coordinated in our efforts. So we sequence the transmitters and also cluster them so that we also start with those transmitters which are saving low population densities. But we also concentrated our efforts in those areas. And then the next slide talks to the update on the key activities. The first key activity is stakeholder engagement led by the department. And the objective of this is to ensure that all the government stakeholders, but also including the traditional and local leadership, are aware of this.
Apologies, DDG. I'm not sure if I'm the one who's having a problem. I can't see the presentation anymore. Can I check if other members can see the presentation?
I can see it on my side.
Okay, the problem must be with me then. You may proceed, Mr. Ngobeni.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. So with regard to the stakeholder engagement, we've done extensive stakeholder engagement across all provinces. You will note that although by July last year, all the provinces, 5 provinces had been switched off. The only remaining provinces were 4, but the stakeholder engagement even continued in the areas where we have switched off, just to ensure that even where there are areas where people would have been in a transmitter that had been switched off, but they had not been migrated, we continue. If they're not registered by the time of the switch off, we'll continue to provide that support and still encourage the stakeholders to engage with the citizens there to come up and register so that they are also migrated. And we forged partnerships with the local leadership, particularly in the traditional authorities, so that they help us pass the message to different stakeholders. My screen is not longer moving. Okay. The next slide talks to the activity of consumer awareness. This is the area to which its aim really is to ensure that people become aware of this. Firstly, the need for the benefits of migrating from analog to digital. And also the looming deadline that they must register so that they are migrated before the deadline is reached. An integrated plan was developed, which included all the different stakeholders, but the activity is led by the broadcasters, SABC. Also, even the community TV broadcasters participated in the process. And several platforms were identified to reach the diverse group of people that we're targeting. We use TV and also outdoor billboards and advertising through the taxis as well. also digital marketing through the taxis and also social media, and also leveraged events as well, and also even areas where people will gather, such as malls, and also leveraged the radio, including the community radio, so that the message could be widespread. With regard to the update and the progress in this instance, there have been several TV adverts through SABC and also the community TVs with the details there, whether the daily live reads about the digital migration as well, and there will be adverts, and there will be also activations where the department will also support the SABC. And about 100 taxis were branded, trying to advertise this migration as well. And there will be interviews conducted through the community radios. So there have been extensive awareness campaigns to try to ensure that more people are aware of this, and encouraging people to go and register so that they can be migrated. So this has been, we believe it has been a concerted effort by all the stakeholders in leveraging various platforms so that people eventually are migrated from this analog transmission. Then the next activity is indigent household registration. As indicated, that this is a responsibility of the post office and also SITA through the online registration form. So despite what we have observed is that despite the increased awareness campaigns, we have not seen many people coming through to register. I think between August last year and up to October now, we've got about 42,000, just about 42,000 beneficiaries who have registered. And out of those, we're seeing that about 3,500 have registered through the online platform. And with the online, there will be either people will be shown how to do the registration, but we also augmented that by having agents who will then support people who are not able to do the registration by themselves. So that whenever there are campaigns, whenever they visit these areas, they will then try to register as many people as possible through the online. Because the challenge that we faced there is that the online registration was initially meant to have come live at the beginning of this calendar year, but it was only finalized in June this year. So those registration, about 3,500, it's starting from June. And the other issue which is still remaining, it's the integration of this online system with the Home Affairs database. This will assist us to verify eligibility and also citizenship. Eligibility in terms of whether that beneficiary is still alive, and also, whether that person is also qualifies as a South African citizen, and that will assist us to move forward. So the engagements with the Home Affairs are underway to try and facilitate this process of the registration. But I think our observation really is that there have been very few people despite, and if one consider that there have been several efforts to try and get people to register with the previous deadlines that have been set on this program, because every deadline will also have an increased awareness program, but we still find that very few people do register for this. I'm struggling to get the presentation to move. It keeps moving on my side, but I'm not sure if you can see the presentation. So this is a breakdown. Yeah, it's a breakdown of the registrations across all provinces and also for the different months. So you'll see that on average, it's just, we say average about 2,000 or so during that period. And it's very minimal, except, and we know in August, because everyone who had registered previously to capture those at the beginning of August. But since then, you will see that it is actually, in some cases, even below 1,000 people who are registering. But we had expected, at least from about July, when the awareness programs increased, there will have been many people who are registering. And also there's registering, the people who are registering, it's also in the provinces where we have switched off. And that's where we still, wherever people will have remained without TV, will continue to assist them so that we don't leave them without the signal. But all in all is that cumulatively, the total number of registration since inception, we just 1.78 million beneficiaries who have registered to receive support from this program. Yeah. Then the next slide talks to the procurement and distribution of set-top boxes. USASA had procured about 1.4 million decoders between 2015 and 2020. And then USASA conducted a stock count, which then revealed that there were about 40,000 of those decoders remaining, which can be installed. And the process is underway to try and use that remaining stock. But also a decision was taken by the program to say that since we are increasing the efforts to make people aware and also registration efforts, we in anticipation of more people registering, USASA appointed Centec to procure additional decoders. Centec has procured 200,000 decoders, and those decoders have been delivered and are available to be installed if as more registrations become readily available. And the other thing which I wanted to highlight here is that the procurement process undertaken by USASA and Centec, it's also readily available to increase if there's a need for more decoders to be procured. That procurement instrument of vehicle is available so that we can get more decoders if there's a need for that, in addition to the 200,000 that has been procured and delivered at this stage. Then the other issue which as we're dealing with the issue of the decoders, it's addressing the missing middle. These are the non-qualifying household because of the threshold, earning threshold for the household, who are not covered by the government support through the subsidy. As indicated that the standard was developed through the SABS, and that standard is being utilized by the manufacturers to produce decoders, which means then the decoders can be available in the market depending on the demand. What we found is that as we engaged with the retail marketers to encourage them to stock more of these decoders, and also because the manufacturers are driven by demand. If there's a demand for a particular product, they produce that in bulk and then make it available through the retail market. Then the retailer said and unfortunately, unlike the government subsidy decoders, government is not able to upfront commit to a demand because this is driven by consumer choice as well. So there's been not much decoders available, although the manufacturers indicate that they're able to do that and they produce that minimally. So depending as more people sign up for this, they'll be able to produce this. In addition to that, I think ETV and also Multi-Choice have used their own platforms to also cater for this market through the OpenView and also the DSTV platforms. And the SABC was engaged and it's also expressed interest in also to look at how it can partner have a platform in the market that can support this missing middle, so that as we conclude the support for the indigent households, there's also other platforms available and opportunities or options for the consumers to be able to migrate. And then the next activity is about decoder installations. With decoder installation, in terms of the readiness, Centec has ramped up the number of installers, also to cater for the anticipated increase in registrations. So about 800 installers have been appointed across the 9 provinces. Furthermore, to also make it easier for the installers, but also to support the entire installer management process, an installer app was developed by Centec so that the installers can use that to be able to support the installation value chain, including the submission of the portfolio of evidence. At the end of each installation, they should be able to gather the evidence, which then they submit, which then will trigger the payment for the work that they will have done. So far, we have established that 45,000 installations have been completed by Centec up to the end of October, which means cumulatively about 1.3 million installations of this indigent household, has been completed. If we then check against the number of registrations, that leaves about 469,000 households that need to be installed before the end of December. However, what we have also established, and with that number as well of the 469,000, is that there have been data integrity issues, particularly the data that will have been captured coming from the beneficiaries. They will find that the address information is not usable to locate a beneficiary. So it means the information that has been provided is not adequate. Just for example, to illustrate the point, is that someone will indicate that they are living in Sishiko, but either they might provide a house number but not provide the zone, or they provide the area but not provide the house number. And it's also complex when one deals with the informal settlement. So this issue affects the installers when they have to go and do the installation, because when they get there, they struggle to find this beneficiary and no one knows this person. And furthermore, you'll find that because some of these registrations will have taken place in the earlier part of the program from 2015, you'll find that even the contact number that was provided then, it no longer belongs to that beneficiary. When the installer tries to reach the beneficiary through the number that has been provided, it goes through to someone else, or it doesn't go through at all. So this affects the rate of installations, because they will have to either takes long to find a beneficiary we can install, or in some cases they don't find the beneficiary at all, and that means now they have to return. So it does affect the whole installation process, because it's also costly for the installers to go to and visit these households. And this is also because over the years, some of these will have not been found, and then they are also returned to the pool. So it means largely the remaining households, you still find that it's mainly those we are struggling to locate. But just to mitigate this process, maybe the other issue as well is the issue of duplication. So you find in some instances in a household, more than one person will have registered. So because the system does not allow one person to register twice, but with every attempt or effort or campaign to get people registered, the household will send another member of the family to go and register. So because it's a different ID number, the system will not pick it up. It's only when the installers go there and then find that this house has already been installed subsequently, and then they did not install and have to return by the way it will have caused them because they've gone to those areas. So those are the data challenges that we are facing. And what we are doing, we've held a workshop with the entities to try and look at how do we clean this data. And the process has commenced to try and clean the data. Centec was given about 140,000 beneficiaries for installation by SAPO. And upon analyzing, Centec only find that out of the 140,000, only 15,000 could be used. The data information was adequate to enable the installer to locate the beneficiary. So this is an issue that we are grappling with. We have commenced a process where the data cleaning is being undertaken with the information that SAPO has and also what Centec has as well. And it's being submitted to CETA. CETA is in the capability for data analytics to assist to clean the data. But it's likely that there will still be either duplications or there will still be some who will not be located at the end of the data cleaning exercise. But we continue to that, and the commitment is that by the end of November, we should have finalized the data cleaning exercise so that we're able to give Centec data that can be issued to installers to be able to move forward. Yeah, this is just a breakdown of the installations per month, and you'll see as well, totally there's been that 45,000 installations, which cumulatively give that 1.3 million installations. And we've spoken about the issue of the data integrity issues in this instance, and the efforts that are being undertaken to try and clean that data. And you'll see that the installations also cut across even in the provinces, which have already had all their transmitters switched off. Because as long as we get someone registering, we will still make an effort to go and migrate them, even if it's in an area where the transmitter is now already been migrated from analog to digital over the previous years. Then in terms of the analog switch off, since the progress that of the 195 transmitters that were remaining in August, the end of the phase one, only 21 have been switched off. And that means we've got 174 transmitters to switch off by the end of December. And the issue is because the agreement, the broadcasters, that a threshold of 90% of households who are served by a particular transmitter must first be migrated or have their STBs installed so they can receive digital transmission. And it's only then that an authorization will be issued by the broadcasters. However, even in those instances, the remaining 10% will continue to be migrated even after the switch off of that transmitter. So the 174, we have not reached that 90% based on the issues that raised around the issue of installation and the data integrity. That's associated with that. And then this brings the issue, I think the minister alluded to, in terms of saying that in light of this progress, and if there was a consideration that it needs to extend the period, there are certain issues that we must be considered. The primary issue is the dual illumination. Dual illumination meaning that there are two networks that Centec must run, which is the analog network. It must operate the analog network and also the digital network. And over the years, government has invested over 1.2 billion to cover the operation of both networks. However, in the current financial year, there was no allocation, or there's no allocation for dual illumination. And it took engagement between USASA, supported by the department with the National Treasury, to obtain approval that USASA can use a portion of the funds allocated for other parts of the BDM program to cover the dual elimination. However, going forward, in the next financial year, there's no allocation for dual elimination. And in terms of the estimation is that the dual elimination requires 140 million per annum. And per quarter, it's about 35 million. So it's about every 3 months. When we extend the dual elimination for 3 months, it means we'll need a 35 million, and then another 3 months, add another 35 million. So that's where we are. And then the other issue which must be considered, because it's that the analog network, it's obsolete. So this is equipment, it's no longer being manufactured. Sentech has even reached out to the original equipment manufacturers, the OEMs of this different equipment they have installed, and they have written and confirmed that this equipment is no longer supported, which means that if the equipment fails, there are no spares for it. And that also poses a risk if this network gets to be prolonged. Additionally, is that the cost of operating an analog network is quite high for Sentech as well, because of the energy consumption of this analog equipment. It's not efficient. So, and that's the risk that must also be considered and accepted going forward, that infrastructure may fail at any time. And Sentech has taken good care of the network, that they try to minimize and reuse, but it's becoming costly as well and difficult in some instances to continue using that approach. So that's the risk that must be factored in this program. And I think this leads us to the last slide, which is about the recommendations that we recommend that the portfolio committee do note the progress update towards the switch off and readiness that's there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ngobeni. I was listening to your voice as you were delivering this presentation, and I could feel in it the weight of 13 years of reporting on the same thing. We are on the 8th minister now, I think my broadband says, who has dealt with the same issue of analog switch off. So the weariness is truly coming through. But thank you very much for your presentation, Minister. I'm not sure if there's any additions from you, but I do think that you gave us quite a comprehensive introduction at the beginning. Can I just check with you if there's any additions?
Chair, absolutely correct. No additions. Yeah, I was covered by what I said earlier, and yeah, that's all from my side on this.
Are you going down as Minister number 9 who has not also switched off?
I'll reserve comment on that, Chair.
All right, honorable members, that then is the presentation from the DCDT. I think there were a number of issues that the honorable minister raised in his opening, which then DDG Ngobeni went into detail on. Specifically, the number of South Africans that stand to be left behind with this gazetted, and I keep emphasizing this because there is a position that has been taken by government to this regard. The date of 31st of December has been gazetted. It may be when we engage, the minister can then speak to us what do the reservations that he holds mean for that gazette. The issue around the cost of dual illumination and how Sentech's financial woes would obviously be further severely strained by the switch off not happening on the 31st of December. And then, yeah, I think all the other issues that they spoke to relating to the indigenous households, the missing middle and strategies that they have sought to put in place. May I please then open up this item for engagement, honorable members? I'm not seeing any hands. I don't know who Samsung SMX616B is. So I would be skeptical by recognizing that hand. Could I request that the device is renamed? In the meantime, I will take Honorable Potlani, followed by Honorable Sitole, and then Honorable Mateus. Is it you, Honorable Sitole?
Yes.
Okay, could I request the, what is this now? The platform administrators to rename Honorable Sitole's device. So we'll start with you, Honorable Sitole, followed by Honorable Bodlani, then Honorable Subrathi, then Honorable Mateus, and finally Honorable Vilagazi. In that order, please. Honorable Sitole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to ministers, to Minister and Deputy Minister. Hey, this thing of technology sometimes is... I'm trying to
make it more difficult and ask for your video to be on. Hey, what is happening there, Honorable Sitole?
I really, even myself, I don't know. There's something that is left there. Is that okay now?
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, first of all, I want to thank and appreciate the presentation from the department. And I think it actually helps us to understand the dilemma that is facing the department and the entities. But I'm worried, Honorable Chairperson, because all the provinces, according to the installations, have been mentioned, but they say there are 4 which are left behind, if they can give us that 4, and the time frame of that 4 provinces. And the issue of rural areas, Honorable Chair, if they can give us, if they say it was KwaZulu-Natal, which areas in KwaZulu-Natal? So that we must understand, if we say Eastern Cape, which areas in Eastern Cape, because there's deep rural areas in these areas, and Free State and Mpumalanga, that can help us to understand and actually to push for the installation to those areas. And the other Honorable Chair, I'm worried about the money that they are looking for, because they're now looking for 140 million. But if you check, the project was started in 2015 until now. As you have said, Honorable Minister, that Honorable Chairperson, that the 13 years, and then the ministers come and go, but they are failing. They are all failing to implement what has been supposed to be implemented. And other issue, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of duplications. I didn't hear. Sometimes there's something that I didn't hear clearly. The issue of duplications, because if the registrations is being duplicated, how are they counting the number that have been registered if the duplication is that big? If that one can actually clarify, Honorable Chairperson. And the last one, Honorable Chair, is the issue of marketing and awareness. The program, if they can give us the program of their awareness, and so that we can understand and help them, because they are part of us, we are part of them. We have to work hand in hand. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sitole. Honorable Bodlani.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Chairperson, like you say, you can feel the weight of Tatana Ngubeni as he makes the presentation, because it's really been a long time. And the more you listen to the story of digital migration in South Africa, the more you realize that it's bad project planning, it's poor project management. And the question from me on that is, what does the department think could have been done differently that would have enhanced the project? Especially considering now that this new deadline will not be met. And Chairperson, I think my worry is that the deadlines, as I said, are self-imposed. This is a deadline that the department came up with, and this is a deadline that the department is going to miss again. And it becomes difficult to support the work of the department if they miss their own deadlines, because before you set a deadline, you must do a thorough checks and balances to say what informs that particular date. And we are not trying to be pessimistic in any way, but the department is going to come back with a new date. And at this point, our hopes lie with Minister number 9, because if there is going to be a date that is not practical, then we will still be having this conversation in years to come, which is something that South Africa does not need. And how is the sector responding to this? I think that's my question. Of the stakeholders that have been listed, I did not see anything in terms of local government. Ward councillors are a great resource. Has that been considered, especially in the townships where ward councillors are able to integrate themselves into the communities, and it's especially the people that we are trying to reach with this project? I'm sorry if I missed that. And for me, the question honestly is, does the poor uptake represent disinterest in the project? Because it is one thing for government to drive a project and say it is for the people, especially if we are going to have people that have already self-migrated. So how does the department balance the poor how do they judge against the poor uptake with all the considerations that have been mentioned in the presentation today, and people who have self-migrated? My question is also on the hardware. And I do appreciate that it was, that Tinyuko said that the Centec infrastructure is becoming obsolete. The boxes that are in the homes of South Africans, have they not become obsolete? The boxes that are sitting in storage, unaccounted for, have they not become obsolete? And also, how many of these of the boxes work on DTT, and how many of them work on DTH? And how do you track the usage? Because it is one thing for the state to spend money trying to migrate people. And what we saw in the previous parliament is that when we went into the homes of people, people could not even remember where these decoders were. And the issue that they were all complaining about was the issue of the content that the decoders had. I think if I remember well, it was SABC 1, 2, and 3, and I think ETV. So they were saying they are not really using them because of the content. So people, even the poorest of the people, were more than happy to spend 100 rand, 99 rand to pay for satellite TV, just so that they have more options in terms of what to watch. And if we have spent this much money, do we know how many decoders remain active? And is there a tracking process to say this is value for money in terms of the money that has been put in so far? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Botani. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, greet yourself, and honorable members on this platform and all other guests. Chairperson, I have a few questions, but I'm limiting it to I think what I consider to be the 5 most important questions. My first question would be, what steps still needs to be followed before we are certain that the switch off can happen at the end of December? My second question would be, I'll make that 6th question, Chairperson. How is the department planning on mitigating the losses in SABC and in Centec as a result of this switch off? Another question I have is, what are the potential risks would an extension of the switch off deadline pose? What potential risks would an extension of the switch off deadline pose? A question relating to, my further question, Chairperson, is really, has a study been conducted to check who is still using analog? Because this entire decision hinges around this 499,000 people that are not connected. Now, in that, is there a figure that we have? You know, it seems as though in it there is an element of error, duplication, etc. So do we know how many people are still using analog? And finally, Chairperson, is it not possible to allow analog to naturally phase out and then to press for a deadline after the deadline of the switch off? Thank you, Chairperson, and I'll pause there.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Matthys.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee and our government officials. I'm trying to get my video on. Just bear with me for 1 minute. Are we good to go? Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you, but I can't see you, Honorable Matei.
I put my video on. Okay, let's try again.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Just quickly, I think from this presentation, it's clear that we cannot, the gazetted date of the 31st cannot happen. Nothing is written in stone, as we know. A new date can easily be gazetted. I don't have that many questions necessarily to ask, but a lot of observations. Everything that has been presented here, Chair, is just stinks of incompetency. The people that are going to suffer is the poorest of the poor because we pay millions of rands to people who are supposed to do their jobs and they're not doing their jobs. How dare we get a report that says that you could not do installation because those people who registered for the installation, they're no longer there, their phone numbers have changed, they are in informal settlements. Which government department does not understand the material conditions of our people? How do you not make, when you are planning to do installation, when you're asking people to register, that you don't understand, you start off with number one, understanding the material conditions that we are dealing with. Plus, we're dealing with indigenous households already. You know that people change their phone numbers almost every month. How does the government department not know that? You know that people move around a lot. You know that there are informal settlements. And then you don't make a plan that when we roll this out, we must take into consideration all these things are going to happen. How do you ask people to register and then you go in a whole year later and you think that we're going to be able to install and we're going to find people there and be able to do it? How is that possible? How is it possible that you come here and you report that you had applications of just what, 1 million, just over 1 million people applied for the indigenous grant? The only method you allowed them to apply through was a postnet or postbank. How do you expect those people to get to the postbank? You expect them to apply online. Where do they get data from? 1 million. How many indigenous households are here in the country? It's almost 11 million. Go and read Treasury report. And you come and you brag about 1 million. This is levels of incompetency that we should not see. And it's wasteful expenditure, and the people who suffer the most are the poor people here in this country. I also want to talk to so you reported on slide 11. This is my question here. The ICASA, was it ICASA that was asked to buy another 200,000 decoders, but only 22 has been, 22 decoders. Where's the others? And was a budget allocated to this? Like I don't understand how you can report that. So I just need clarity on that. Centec can give us details right now, Honorable Chair, on how many of these 174 transmitters that they want to switch off in December, how many people are connected to it. So it's not hard to tell. The reason they switched off those other transmitters, it didn't have to happen. ETV didn't switch off their transmitters, and SABC lost all this money because we were too forward to go and switch off something that we knew that people had not, they don't have decoders and they were still relying on transmitters. So, Chair, I think we need to ask Centec to give us a list and account for every single one of these 174 transmitters across the country and how many people are connected to these transmitters. Because if you go and switch this off, then you're going to know how many households we are going to lose via that process. I've dealt with that and I've dealt with that. I think that's my input for today. But I think as a committee, we cannot support anything being switched off. And the issue of how much money it's going to cost, it's actually, we should even be deducting money from these government officials, or they must pay for it, because it's their incompetency that has left us to where we are now. And now we must go scrabbling around to try and make sure that the poor still have access to services. It's disgusting, really.
Thank you, Honorable Matei. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to everybody on the call. Some of my questions have already been covered, Chair, but I would want to echo what's already been said by various honorable members about the cause of the holdup and the fact that it really is inexplicable how this could have dragged as long as it has, and just the fact that it looks like it's going to continue to drag on. And so my question there really is, what are the chances of this process being finished? What are the chances of it just coming to an end at all? And how much has been spent on this? I know we were given the cost of dual illumination, and that's after the cutoff of some of these other transmitters. But how much has this cost us in the running total of keeping this process going on for this many years? I'd really love an idea on that from the department. And I've been an advocate of what Honorable Mateus talks about, of the fact that we can't leave anyone behind, and that it is wrong morally, constitutionally, and in every other way wrong to leave people behind. But I'm wondering how long we are going to carry this hemorrhaging of state finances on something that doesn't look like it's ever going to reach an end. And so maybe we can just consider, my apologies, and maybe we can just consider cutting our losses, going ahead with the switch off, and then deal with the consequences in whatever way. But at least we know that's one decisive action. It stops the hemorrhaging of state funds that seems perpetual, and at least then we can maybe deal with that fallout. I don't know, but I'm starting to lean towards that way. And on that note, Chair, when we were on the oversight visit, we noted that some of these boxes seem to have become obsolete. There's stockpiles of desktop boxes in post offices, and some of them are obsolete. Isn't this what's going to happen? I also note that there's 200 that Centec has been asked to procure now, that Centec has procured now, but only 43,000 of those have been installed as at October. This leaves over 150,000 still out there, and at this slow pace, how many of them are going to become obsolete before they are even used? So this process is just a continuous exercise in draining the fiscus, something that we can't afford. So my question there, I suppose, is what is Centec's time frame on the installation of the remaining 157 set-top boxes? And then I didn't see Vuk'uzenzele as one of the means by which the department communicates the process to communities, to far-flung communities. And yet one of the main objectives, one of the main mandates of Vuk'uzenzele is to be a mouthpiece for government and to communicate government activities. Has Vuk'uzenzele been considered as one of the ways? Perhaps it could help stimulate interest in this. Has it been considered by the department? And that said, we need to note that Vuk'uzenzele itself has distanced itself from the population now by going purely digital as at April this year. And then the other thing is, how are we going to mitigate this missing middle? Because these are people who are assumed to be able to procure digital signal or digital TV, etc. by themselves. But as we heard from the DDG, the manufacturers are saying something different. They're not stocking a lot of these decoders because of low demand. So clearly, in addition to the people who are currently on analog and will be left behind, we are also risking leaving the missing middle. So how do we mitigate that? Just DDG, I was very interested in the risks that you said, but I can't remember them now because I was busy writing down these questions. But there isn't a slide on the risks, and yet they seemed quite significant. It would have been wonderful to get those. And then also just the recommendation is for the committee to note the report. But maybe you can share with us, what is it that you would wish for us to do then, having noted the report? How do you think we could support the process further? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Subrathi, I'm not sure, is that a legacy hand or you wanted to come back?
Sorry, Chair, that's a legacy hand. I'll lower it.
All right. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your inputs. I think the minister and the department would have recorded them, so I'm going to try not to repeat, but maybe just to highlight a few things. Honorable Bodlani says this is a self-imposed deadline by government. Granted, you missed the ITU deadline clearly by a decade or so. So the question I think members are asking is that why are you, really trying to push for this and putting the deadlines which clearly seem to be unreasonable and unrealistic, although anybody can argue that more than a decade to get something done is more than sufficient time. I want to check, Minister, and I'm very glad that in your opening remarks, you indicated that you are going to be seeking an extension because with that being said, it means that we don't need to quibble over it. It's a decision that government has taken as represented by yourself. But what are you going to do differently now? Because year after year, you would come before Parliament, you would make commitments to the nation, obviously your predecessors, but what is going to be done differently? Honorable Matthies calls it incompetence. I don't want to go that route, but to say something is not working. Something is not working, and we're not getting a sense that anything has been changed, over the last couple of years to ensure that indeed the next deadline that you put, you are able to meet. So what is going to be done differently? And maybe the question is, what are the lessons that the department has learned in the implementation of BDM so far that really are going to shift the needle? Because that hasn't come through for me. Also, there was an issue around, I think it was Honorable Matthies who raised it, and Honorable Subrathi also referred to it. In terms of data integrity, I mean, in 2010, you had about 9 million TV subscribers in the country. About 2 million of those were digital, 7 million or so were on analog. Give or take, you're still sitting with about 4 million or so households that were still on analog, I'm sure recently. Now, correct me if those figures are wrong, because when this whole process started, the government had been touting at that time 4 million households, which would then be migrated as part of the indigent households. Where have the other 2.5 million households gone to? Because you've only migrated thus far about 1.3 million. In terms of the projections, you are not even anyway saying that there's still another 2.5 million that is to be migrated. So what is happening in that regard? And then we'd really like a response from USASA in terms of the management of this process. I'm not sure if they're on the platform, but perhaps the department can respond if not. When we went on our oversight visits, we saw set-top boxes lying all over the place, and there was clearly no inventory management system, which is why USASA got a qualified, if I'm not mistaken, qualified audit outcome because of the stock management around these set-top boxes. Now, what has been done? Can you accurately speak to how many set-top boxes we still have? In the presentation, DDG Ngobeni says, you are still procuring these set-top boxes, which is another interesting proposition, given the fact that I think our next presentation is supposed to speak to DTT versus DTH and the issues that were being raised by the members around potential obsolescence of these devices. Maybe let me stop there and then hand over to you, Minister, for a response. And if you could please guide the departments. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just to just contextualize this, I think the thing that I outlined in the statement was that we face those two choices, and really it comes down to that. And one way could be that, you know, we pursue the extension and then have to grapple with securing the source of funding. The other is, you know, we could proceed with the analog switch off, and it has those dire consequences. And I think that's where the general sentiment is, that on the basis of the expectation of what was required of the department to, and together with our entities, to have been able to deliver, to make the soil fertile for analog switch off, it's very clear that that soil is not fertile right now. So now we have to take into consideration all these engagements, including the committee's views on what it thinks the best way to proceed. But I think there are several lessons that one can take away from how this has evolved over time. And there's a point that Honorable Subrathi makes in terms of what would be reasonable. Would it then be reasonable to say, let analog switch off die its natural death, instead of being, you know, tied to deadlines, and then let that guide the final decision? And I think for me, the important thing is, even in consideration of that, we need to be able to be in a position where we are confidently dealing with credible numbers. And at this stage, at different times, there is contestation about the legitimacy of specific numbers. And for me, the key thing is, even with the 469 people who are still on analog, I think it would be key to be able to outline how and when, based on the level of delivery, we'll be able to clear this backlog, if one were to use those words. I think at the end of the day, this comes down to two things, right? We can be, and I think all the evidence points out that the reasonable thing to do, also in consideration of the sustainability of the broadcasters and the risks that are at play with the loss of audience, is that, and we are still here to interrogate this, and that's why I alluded to that session that we are having with the broadcasters later this week, to say that we have to find the means to fund this. And at this stage, Chair, with all the honesty we have, is that we don't have a definitive answer right now in terms of where would the funding come from, should we proceed with the reasonable thing to do, which is the extension. And this is something that as a department we will need to wrap our heads around very, very quickly, because it's also important that we provide that clarity even in the lead up to the decision about it, so that the broadcasters themselves too can prepare for live, whether that live is for the extension or with this. But I think, you know, it's no rational individual will argue against the fact that everything points out that the soil is fertile for extension. We have a responsibility to then say, where and how do we mobilize to cover the cost of dual elimination, because it simply comes down to that. That would be my response for now, Chair, and let the team from the department make some responses to the questions that the honourable members raised.
Thank you, Minister. DG or DGG? DG, are you responding, or is
Thank
Mr.
you. I will allow DDG Ngobeni, Chair, along with then the other colleagues, and I'll come in at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and thanks to Minister for the responses. I'll attempt some, and then also the colleagues will also come through to provide additional input. On the first question by Honorable Stole on the names of the provinces that are remaining. So we are remaining with KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and then in Gauteng, because also the number of transmitters and also the households that are being served by those transmitters in these areas. And then the other provinces, there has been migration or switch off of those transmitters. With regard to the details, we can provide that because we do have the locations of these transmitters. Can provide that additional information. I think Centec will assist as well. But also from the plan that we've got, because the plan goes into the detail of indicating which transmitter is where and the areas that are being served by that transmitter. So we can provide that information. Then there was the issue around the funds that are required for the dual elimination. And it's because to operate these two networks, these are two separate networks that are required. As indicated there, over the years, government has been funding that dual elimination with the intention that once all the analogs are switched off, then the existing commercial arrangement between the Centec and the broadcasters kicks in. So this is supposed to happen in some cases. It is happening where an analog transmitter is switched off, then the digital transmitter is switched on. Then the tariffs for that digital transmitter are applicable in that instance. In terms of duplications, how do they arise, Honorable Stole, is that you will have, so the system does not allow one beneficiary to register more than once. And because it checks that the ID, it's supposed to be a unique number. However, within a family, you could have multiple people registering. And it's also because of the different setups in different households. So you'll have a household or a compound with several households there. So they'll use the same address, then they'll qualify. So that's not a duplication. But in instances, you'll have within the same household, you'll have one member who will register, and then another family member who reside in the same household who then goes and register, even more than one in some instances. Those then are, when the installers go there, they'll realize there's already been an installation done for the initial member who registered. However, the additional family members who have registered or household members do not qualify because that's a duplication. So it's trying to cater for the different living arrangements in different areas, but you do find those duplications, and that's what leads to it. And in terms of the awareness program, we can share the detailed awareness program, but we partnered with in particular with the GCIS, but we also then leverage any community engagement. Sometimes we did get called either by the municipality managers or even mayors or even what councillors, to understand when they're having their own engagements and they've had people asking about this program, and they'll request the department to also go through that. So we can also engage with the committee to also get that support. Honorable Bodlani spoke about the issue of the project planning. There has been extensive project planning and also the issue of the deadlines. So prior to this, I'll be focusing in this current deadline, which was imposed. Before it could be finalized, was extensive engagement led by the DM, then as the minister. He engaged extensively with the stakeholders, but also even at the technical level, we engaged with all the stakeholders. And indicated in the presentation, we all then developed a joint plan. So it was, and we went through that workshops we held with all the stakeholders to develop a detailed plan. And even at that stage, the decision to agree on December, it was after that plan was developed to say this plan is gonna help us move to achieve the December. So there's a detailed plan that was agreed with everyone, where we identified which transmitters to switch when. And of course, in implementation, there has been the delays that they have experienced. Firstly, there's the issue around the online registration system that was delivered later. So the deadlines, they were really informed by all the stakeholders, and we were certain that we'll be able to achieve that. And what also, I think, also addressing the other issue that I think Honorable Subrati spoke about as well, is the issue of, this deadline and whether we can allow the analog to just die initial death, or what really ultimately determines this is you need to run two networks. So you need to have an analog network and a digital network. And as long as we are running two networks, then the issue of the dual elimination comes through. And the implications from a cost perspective also comes through. And trying to balance that issue of the cost and also the need and also the objective to try and not to leave anyone behind. We try to reach a middle ground because we don't have the resources. If we had the resources for the dual elimination, we could easily allow us, let's just continue until the analog network breaks down, and then that will be natural migration that takes place. So we need to balance that and trying to also try to ensure that when that happens, because this infrastructure is obsolete, we don't have many people that are left behind. Hence, we try to engage with the stakeholders to try how do we expedite this process. That deals with the issue of the deadline. In terms of how the sector has responded to this update, in our engagement with all the stakeholders, their view was that they have noted there have been significant progress, though that progress also happened later in the program, which means we are not able to address some of these challenges which we have experienced towards the end. So they do note that they have been progress, but there are also areas where we did not perform as we would have wanted. With regard to what councillors has indicated, we engaged with them quite extensively, and whenever there's an issue, either even from an aftermarket support, they do call us because when they are unable to respond to some of this, they reach out to the department and we'll send people to go and engage and also leverage that opportunity to get more people to register who are not yet registered. And whether the issue of the low uptake is it due to low interest or people have self-migrated? And what we're observing is there are also a lot of people who have self-migrated. You will have seen in most areas, even in some settlements, you will see that there are lots of dishes that are there as well, which shows that people have self-migrated in the main. So you do have that as well. But that's why we still keep increasing the awareness so that even those who may not be aware of the program, then they become aware of the program so they can benefit from it. And in terms of the STBs, I know probably Centec will talk to it as well, whether they're obsolete. But in terms of how many they are DTT and how many they are DTH, of the 40,000 that we indicated that after the stock taking has been identified to be available, about all that, the 40,000, it's about DTT, and the 5,000, it's about the DTH. And the additional 200,000 that have been procured and delivered, it's all DTH as a top box, because it's clear that because of the variety of options available through the DTH platform, but also people seem to be preferring to have a dish, than having a traditional area on their home to be connecting, because also I think people also see a form of status associated with that as well. So most people they prefer to have a DTH solution, and a decision as part of going forward is that we'll procure only DTH, also due to its advantage as well. And then with the content issues, and I think the SABC may come through there as well in terms of the lack of content for the DTT platform is that the reason why people are not interested in the migration. In terms of how many decoders have been migrated, I think on the slides we provided the the numbers indicating that 1.3 million have been migrated since 2015 till now. So and we do keep those statistics because that's the oversight mechanism of getting the feedback from the entities who are implementing the program. Honorable Subrati, in terms of what steps to take to switch off by December. The main issue we have, because we have engaged when we observed, earlier in this year, that the installations were going at the rate that is expected and engaged with Centec. It becomes clear that the issue of the data it's starting to delay the installations, because it just takes longer for installers to find beneficiaries to migrate. So our objective in terms of moving towards the switch off is that we need to conclude that data cleanup so that we have got a number that we are comfortable. That is out of that 469,000, that this is the number of beneficiaries that we do have the information that can be utilized. And we have, as a department, also reached out to the local leaderships and also what councillors to say, if there are areas where the people where they know we have registered but they have not been installed, if they can come forward so that we are able to assist and support them and also obtain the necessary information to fast track the process. In terms of the potential risk, I think we did speak of the switch off. The potential risk for switch off, it's that when we switch off, because there will be people who may still be relying on analog transmission. If they have not registered, we'll not be able to migrate them unless after the switch off, then they come through, because the program up until end of the financial year will still be able to support them. If after any switch off, someone comes through, we still continue to provide that installation. And the risk of extending the deadline, it's primarily the first one, the dual illumination cost that associated with that, but also because of the obsolescence of the equipment, the analog equipment, in particular from the network perspective, is that risk of a potential failure of a transmitter where it becomes impossible for Centec to bring it online. It's there. And then also in terms of trying to manage the operation, Centec sometimes apply some technical mitigations by reducing the power so that the transmitters are able to continue to work, and that has got an impact also even on the coverage that's there. So those are the risks that also the broadcasters must be able to accept, that in terms of the availability of the network, either the time to resuscitate or the possibility that that network will not be able to, or that transmitter will not be able to be brought live again. In terms of how many people are using analog, I'm not sure if Centec can also assist with that, the possibility of assessing from the network perspective, the measurement of those who are still relying on analog. Honorable Matthijs spoke about the issues of the project management and the lack thereof. As indicated, we have gone through extensive iterations, and some of the risks, of course, we could have identified earlier, but when we're dealing with the program, we always look for measures to address these challenges. So even in previously, when a household or a beneficiary could not be located, and an installer would have gone there, of course, to come back to the pool, and we'll still continue to engage with the local authorities to say that, can you assist us to locate the following people? Because the information that will have been provided, some will have provided even initials only. If they say there's a Dube J, it could be many Dube J's within a particular locality, and you wouldn't know who's the right one. And what also exacerbates the issues now with the POPIA Act, we are not allowed to even share the ID numbers with the installers. So those are some of the technical operational issues that we deal with and try to find means to manage this. With regard to slide 11, the 22,500. So of the 200,000 decoders, DTH decoders that have been delivered, they are sitting in the Centec warehouses. What we are also trialing, that's what the 22,500 comes through, is to adopt an approach that's an industry approach of saying that after registration, the installation must happen very soon thereafter. So an installer, as soon as someone is registered, the installer should be able to go pick the decoder and go and install. Unlike the previous process of where you will batch the installations and allocate them to that installer, because you're also trying to increase efficiency and reduce the cost for the installer, so that installations for a particular area, the installer is able to get those and go and install there. It reduces their cost. They don't have to travel many times towards a similar or the same destination. Now, also with in the industries that if you've got installers based in those areas, they're able to collect the decoders and go and install. So that's where the 22,000, which I think they're distributed. The others are still in the Centec distribution centers available to waiting for collection and installation by the installers. And on the comment that the ETV did not switch off their transmitters, the ETV has also now switched off the transmitter. I think the 21 that we mentioned that have been switched off since August, those are all coming from the ETV. And then Honorable Vilakazi spoke about the chances, whether there's a chance of this program being concluded. I think the resources, the financial resources are also requiring that because we don't have unlimited resources, that we have to conclude this program at some point. As indicated that even from an allocation perspective, we don't have allocation for the BDM program. So we will not be able to carry out these other activities, not only in the dual elimination, even the other activities, if we do not even get Treasury to approve the request by USASA to retain the existing funds. So at some point when there's no allocation, we'll not be able to continue. So it is important that we get this program concluded and move forward. Of course, there's not immediate pressure for the spectrum, unlike the phase one, where the spectrum had already been licensed. But what is important is that this spectrum that the broadcasters need to also start using for digital broadcasting because of its efficiency. But also because if it's not used, ultimately the spectrum becomes a target by any other potential service to use it, because it will be seen as not being used efficiently. Yeah, I think the proposal for the hard switch off, Honorable Vilakazi, and I think that's what at some point was being proposed, and hence the middle ground was to find a threshold of 90% to say to avoid doing the hard switch off, because with the hard switch off, it means you just switch off the transmitter, and then those who are affected will come through, and then you assist them. So I think we are getting closer to that. We're also being forced by the circumstances of not having adequate resources to fund the dual elimination. On the issue of the Vuki Zenzele, it's not been used, but we partnered with the GCIS. GCIS is the one who is driving our awareness communication plans. And I think they look at the people who are using the different platforms, but at this moment they did not identify the Vuki Zenzele. We'll engage with them just to see if also that platform can be leveraged based on their also understanding of its reach of the different people. As we indicated that their move to digital, maybe there's also may have affected that reach. The issue of the missing middle, From a government perspective, we've done what was expected, just to develop the standards, both for the IDTV and also for the set-top boxes. And what's really it's required is that also the broadcasters must come on board to assist, because those are the customers who they also rely on for advertising, because that's where most of the revenue comes from. So, and we've engaged with the broadcasters. We also engaged with the manufacturers, but the only thing we are not able to do is to guarantee the demand, and that can only be guaranteed by the broadcasters. Hence, you've seen that even in the retail market, you do find some of these decoders for the other broadcasters, and the SABC seem to be working on that. I think the next presentation tried to allude to that. In terms of the risks, I think the main risk really is, of course, the issue of the dual elimination. If you do not have the funds, it means you're not able to continue operating this network. We've gone back, even engaged with Centre just to see whether within their resources they can accommodate this. And it became clear that they do not have the financial capacity to even address that. Hence, the minister is indicating that there will be engagement also with the broadcasters, the key stakeholders, to address that. But the other risk is the risk of the equipment being obsolete, that it can fail at any time. So it does affect the availability of that network. I'm talking about the analog network. Those are the risks that we are highlighting in this case. And Chairperson, I think we address the issue of the self-imposed deadline. And the reason that we are putting the deadline is try to balance that issue of not leaving anyone behind, but also understanding the constraints that we're operating under, that we do not have adequate financial resource. That's what then leads to a deadline. Otherwise, it could be an open-ended arrangement where if we had the adequate dual elimination, we could allow the network to continue until it's felt that everyone has migrated. I think that's a challenge that we'll have. And then in terms of the lessons learned, I think the one issue, of course, the issue of the data, it has been a critical issue, and so we've also engaged with SAPO as well to say, even the change of the update of particularly the contact information, even the post office, we should encourage that so that people are able to update information as it changes. And the other issue is this issue of we've realized that maybe we need to adopt this industry approach of installations, that we reduce the time between registration and installation, that after registration, there should be minimum time allowed for the installer to collect the decoders and go and install. And that's what we are piloting currently. That's why the 22,000 IIS asked by the Honorable Mates it's turning to. Yeah, I think the rest I'll allow the colleagues to also assist and provide the additional input. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. Can I invite Centec and request that you just speak to the issues that were raised about data integrity and also finding these households that we're looking for. Honorable Mates, I see your hand, but can we allow the department to just complete their responses?
No problem, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's here. CEO Centec.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to Honorable Minister, DM, and Honorable Committee members. Chairperson, I hope you can hear and see me clearly there. So there are a couple of questions I will contribute to what's raised by the committee that I think affects Centec. So the first one relates to the question by Honorable Botlani as to, does the poor uptake represent lower interest? Yes, I think the reality that we are seeing on the ground, Honorable Botlani, is that over time, and could also be as a result of the time spent on migrating South Africans to digital platforms, that there has been proliferation of alternative platforms. The DTH has gained traction, receiving through satellite dishes in South Africa has gained serious traction. And what one observes and witnesses throughout is that majority of South Africans are relying on satellite receptions to receive TV. We would have done a study around 2020 or so, taking total TV households against the reported numbers of DTH connections by other broadcasters. And at the time, we had realized that over 70% of South Africans relies on DTH for TV consumption. So there is that reality that majority South Africans relies on DTH, and this has gained traction quite significantly also in the past a few years. So the number from a split point of view, if one was just to look at the total TV number of households at the time, which was around 15 million or so, if one just takes those households that were 76% of that, you're sitting with a far lesser than initially expected number of TV households that could be a target for DTT migration there. So there is both that the other alternatives may be offering more, whereas the terrestrial has its own limitations that may be influencing those numbers. And then on the second question of the usefulness of, the obsolescence of technology, I think the obsolescence very much affect the core network. The towers that Centec provides, there is active equipment that is deployed there to generate the radio signals that our citizens get the signals from. Those become obsolete because they are no longer manufactured by solutions provider broadly. We rely globally as a citizen of broadcasting industry on manufacturers sitting somewhere else. They do monitor, they leverage scale in terms of who is still reliant on that. So the solutions in terms of analog, our OEMs are no longer really manufacturing. So we are managing with what we would have now switched off from the other side. So since the commencement of analog switch off to date, we have switched over about 80% of those sites. We would have had about 1,000 sites operational in analog, 1,000 transmitters operational in analog. So we have switched about 800 and above. We're only remaining with about those 170. So we are managing the continuity of services with that. The risk of obsolescence, failures on other components that we may not be able to support will exist. But on the set-top boxes obsolescence, those devices as technology remain quite relevant. They still have useful life. The only thing that could affect them is if we are to take a decision that changes the operating technology inside the boxes. But the standards as far as the technology utilized still remains the same. We still fairly reliant on the DVB-T technology useful life. So the number of hours that they will run for as long as it is not used, the only thing that could render them obsolete is if we change the operating standards of those. So the STVs are, they're still fairly useful in terms of the risk of obsolescence there. And then the risks that we face as the organization, there is this risk of dual elimination chair board members, which needs to continue. At the moment, we are running two networks, the network of analog and digital. The provision that we have had is that we can only monetize or draw revenues from one at the time. And it has been provided since 2008 by National Treasury, and the further we extend this, the higher that risk will remain. But from technology management as well, it is not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
Keep losing you.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, there was some interruption in your network, but you seem to have come back. Thanks.
Apologies about that, Chair. Yes, I was saying just from technology management point of view, Chair, committee members, it is not a good thing to rely on old legacy systems for a very long time. It leaves us behind as a country, and we could also run a risk of being overtaken by events. I mean, there are other emerging second and third and fourth generation technologies that we need to be embracing. So every window of technology wave, I think we need to embrace it and move to the next one so that we do not fall behind. Now, the second issue is inefficiency associated with the analog technology. They are energy inefficient. They consume a lot of energy. They are human and financial resources intensive, which becomes quite a burden on the organization. So when we look for an option, we need to also just consider some of these risks and issues that are affecting us and find a solution that is quick enough to migrate this analog technology and revenues to digital revenues and digital technologies, Chair. Committee member. So those are some of the risks that we are facing as the organization. They are related to dual illumination and technology obsolescence. Honorable Matthijs requests an indication of what the population coverage of the remaining provinces could be. The remaining provinces are the high population provinces of Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and then KZN, which I think, over 50% of the population of the country resides in those. But the correct measure of how many people are reliant on each of the sites is determined through audiences. So whereas we could have generated a coverage and cover the majority of the population there, the audiences are shared between the broadcasters. So the SABC will have the actual audiences in terms of each of these areas. And I think that question will be better. So from a Centec point of view, we will have generated a coverage for the entire population, or at least about 90% of the population in those particular regions, Honorable Matthijs. And if one was to take the ratio of 76, 20 ratios, one could end up with a direct reliance of maybe just over 10 million people in those provinces, subject to audiences as well, because the audiences are shared between different broadcasters. But I think if the committee still needs the details in terms of that, we can work with the SABC to give a written responses in terms of the audiences that may be affected with this actual switch off. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. May I invite you, Sasa? There were a number of questions that were directed then. I think one of the members said that ICASA had bought the decoders. I think that was meant for USASA, not ICASA. Do we have a representative DG from USASA on the platform?
Yes, Chair, we do. We kindly invite the acting CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. Mr. Ndlovu, you are muted.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, so there was an issue directed to SASA around the obsolescence of the set-top boxes, and also the current number of set-top boxes that we have. We have about 250,000. That is from the old stock, the 2015 stock, but which is at SAPO. And then the 200,000 we just bought now is with Centec, So as far as those ones are concerned, we So in terms of their functioning, we only see the functioning once they are delivered and tested at that particular time. But the 200,000 has just been bought now. So the moment they are bought, we also have a 2-year warranty in that point. So the 50 ones are the ones which we might have a problem around obsolescence because the 2 years has not completed. But the 200,000 one, they have just been bought, and the 2-year warranty would kick in around those ones. So on the issue of
Is there anybody who can come in and complete that thought of USASA?
Thank you, Chair. May I invite Ms. Matikizela, if she's on the platform?
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, Chair, I think the issue on the obsolescence...
Kindly afford us the opportunity of seeing your beautiful face, Ms. Matikizela. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, on the issue of obsolescence, I think Teboho has covered that from a technology perspective and the standard, so that remains, and therefore there is no risk at the moment because the standards have not changed. With regards to the issues of the findings of Auditor General around the inventory, Chair, the actual findings were around the inventory list or the absence thereof. And what we've done as USASA since to try and mitigate this finding, because it has been a reoccurring finding for some time now, we have procured scanners, because what was happening at SAPO, that the SAPO was counting the physical box without scanning, and therefore the scanning will follow the life cycle of the box, that it was delivered to the right person, assigned to the right person, or right household. So that we were able to mitigate by producing a list, an inventory list that is counted. So a physical count of 100% population was conducted. We are currently doing another round of a test just so that we can bring the numbers up to speed in terms of what, from the last time we counted, how much is left. That information then gets inputted into our SAP system under the management of inventory to just try and track so that finance itself has the right numbers that correlate to the numbers that are on the ground. So that will definitely be a strong mitigation from a risk and the findings perspective. So we are dealing with those findings. Over and above that, Chair, we are looking at sourcing for a system that then will check the life cycle. This is old boxes, new boxes. And again, what we have done with Centec, and I think DTH Ngobeni has spoken to, is the app. So the app will track also from manufacturer to the household with the respective portfolio of evidence. These mechanisms will indeed address the issues raised by Auditor General from an inventory perspective. And you would have seen, Chair, that we were putting mechanisms, and we were able to actually move from a disclaimed opinion for over 2 years to a now qualified. So we obviously want to get to a better place from an audit perspective. And these, we believe, are the right mechanisms that we have put in place to make sure that we mitigate those findings and we stop the reoccurring thereof. Chair, I think those are the only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Matikizela. I'm not sure, before I hand over back to the DG and the Minister, I'm not sure if the issue about data integrity was responded to by Centec. And I know that Ms. Honorable Matthys also had a follow-up. So maybe let me take Honorable Matthys's follow-up, check Centec on the data integrity issue, and then I'll hand over back to the Minister and the DG. Honorable Matthys?
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I think the DDG mentioned one of the options is if we let the analog die a natural death, or if we switch off and then people will come forward, right? And this might be a way of getting people to apply. But that can't be something that can be applied here because we've already had switch offs, right? There's been transmitters that have been switched off. What I would have liked to hear from the department is say, okay, we switched off. I don't know how many has been switched off already. As the result of that switch off, we had so many that have come forward. But as things stand now, we have communities and we have households that have been blacked out. The department can't come and tell us how many. We actually hear it on the streets where we get reported, and which we've mentioned in the meeting before. So I don't think that should actually be entertained, that we must wait for people to come forward. Even the process, and I want us to talk clearly about this registration process, it doesn't speak to the material conditions of our people. At this level, Chair, of government, you have to know your material conditions of where our people are living, what they have access to, what they don't have access to. Going to register at the post office, you can't find someone in a rural area that has to go and find a South African post office, and you know that it's already dysfunctional, and then they get there and they can't register at the post office, it's closed. You know, people don't have data. There's not even internet connection, which is what we deal with, and those are the only two options that you have for people to register. So the operational planning, and it must come out clearly here, the project planning and the operational issues here are so kindergarten. It's not something that should be happening on this level. I mean, they are so basic, and it's telling us that we have officials and we have government, and we have a government that is either they're not committed, they're incompetent, or they're indifferent, because these are such basic project management things that should have done. If you know the material conditions and the people that you are dealing with, you would not be reporting that. I mean, even just now, the report about using scanning boxes instead of scanning decoders, we shouldn't be having those problems. Like, it bothers me that at this level of government, national government, not even local government, that we are talking about those issues. And they have to look at the registration process. It has to come out. There has to be something different and a different way of doing it. So maybe there needs to be some relationship with Stats SA, because they go out into communities, right? Literally, it needs to be able to be that basic on how we can allow people to register and form like a partnership with another entity or something to be able to access that. But having those two processes for people to register, it's not correct. And we can't be just switching off boxes and hope that people come forward when you know very well that we have no communication, proper communication. I mean, even the GCSI, most people don't even know that it operates. The average South African doesn't know where to go when they have problems. And that is the truth, and we know that. And that's my observation. I'll just quickly, these additional 200,000 boxes that have been purchased, how much is the cost of one box? And what informed the decision to get 200,000 K when we still have boxes lying there in the South African post office that's not used? What's going on? Are those boxes no longer usable? Because it looks like we're just wasting money again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matthys. Can I invite Centec to come back? I'm not sure if CETA is in the room, as I do understand that they also have a role to play in this issue. And perhaps you can also speak to the issues around, once again, data integrity, but also I would assume that as government, we've got line of sight of various systems through CETA. SASA, for example, is one, just to get a sense whether there has been matching of our indigent register, for example, with the SASA database, so that we actually have a proper view of who we are talking about. CEO Centec, followed by CETA, if they are in the room. CEO?
No, thank you, Chair. Yes, and apologies there. Yes, the capturing and the registration of the households in accordance with the model as DDG presented is primarily the responsible of SAPO and CETA. So what then happens after that is once the data has been verified, it comes to Centec for installations. Where we're sitting right now, Chair, committee members, is the data that was given to us, the initial batch as DDG reports of about 140,000 of those households that we analyzed. only about 15,000 of that was useful, and that's as we're focusing. So there is now a process underway, Chair, committee members, to cleanse the data, which the date set for finalization of that will be the end of this month. I think that outcome definitely will give us an indication from SITA. SITA has a capability to do data analytics to check automatically on duplications, deceased, and any other factor that may compromise that. And once that has been concluded, we'll then have a number that we are going to work with. From Centec side, we do have capacity. We remain ready to ramp up. In the past, our capacity would have enabled us to reach, when everything else is in place, installations exceeding 20,000 per month. In one of the months, March 2022, thereabout, we were able to deliver about 40,000 per month. But this environment requires everything to be in place, the data to be useful, the households to be available, and the like. So the reliance on data integrity is quite key for Centec to ramp up its installations, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Sita?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and all the members. My name is Buntu Manichana from SITA. So in terms of response, in terms of, I think the Centec CEO has covered, I think, in terms of the work that we're doing with them in trying to make sure we cleanse the data and we bring the integrity. In terms of the question related to say, from a data integrity perspective, SITA has got a full view of it and what is it that we're doing, an example with SAFRA. So we part of the system that we've created, we created what we call the registration system, which then links to Home Affairs, links to SASSA, links to TSD. What that gives us is a view exactly of what you're asking for, Chair, to ensure that we avoid those duplicates and we make sure that the data that we're processing is correct. So that process is currently ongoing, and this will assist, I think, eliminate a lot of the data issues that we have and that are currently underway, Chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, with your permission, I think we will wrap up this discussion here. Safe to go back again and check with DG and Minister if there's anything they would want to note before we then summarize this issue and move on to the next item on the agenda. DG, anything from your side? Please also just answer the question in the room that says, how much has this process costed the South African people to date? Over to you, DG.
Okay, complying with, I don't know now, my screen is upside down. Good morning to Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, Minister and the Deputy Minister. Chair, I think there was a slide that we had projected on the screen. I'm going to ask DDG Ngobeni to just kindly assist in bringing that up whilst I try to fix my video with regards to the cost. Thank you very much. This is now just the cost that we have as far as the dual illumination, Chair. We are still quantifying the cost related to the awareness program. As you indicated, this project, I know, Chair, you said since 2015, but I must just indicate, just to clarify, that it actually commenced from about 2008, if you remember. And we've had a number of narrations of it. And I also want to indicate that the policy that was then passed in 2012 was a collaboration between government as well as the critical stakeholders, and some of them on the platform here, including the broadcasters. The essence was to migrate the entire country, not just the indigenous household. And there were respective roles and responsibilities for all parties. There was an intent, just to respond to Honorable Mateus, there was a deliberate intent by government to ensure and to cater
for the citizens. And in this regard, we then decided to go and cater for the indigenous households. With then the commitment by the broadcasters that they will be migrating what we consider the missing middle. These are the free-to-air households who had not yet migrated to the alternative platforms. Just to raise a couple of points related to this, I think Honorable Bodlani asked to say, is there a disinterest or is it a self-migration? And I would like to concede that it's a combination of both. We have run an awareness program, an extensive awareness program as a department and historical departments before then, from 2012. And extensively, we have partnered with the Department of Public Works, utilized EPW workers. They've been on the ground. We have worked with the municipality and local government, including traditional authorities. We have deployed officials from the department. We've got district coordinators from USASA that we have recruited, and I'm happy that all of this has created other means of jobs, even if they were temporal, for especially youth, and because they're familiar with the communities. Those programs have been so extensive, Chair. We've gone into deep rural areas. We've used imbizos. We've worked, as I said, with traditional authorities to convene citizens. So the sign up was not just for the people to go to the post office. We deliberately went into the villages, we went into the towns, we went into the townships, and as I said, into those rural areas. And then obviously those who are closer to the post offices, we also welcome them. We did drives, especially during the periods of your social grant disbursement, because this was the same target audience that we were looking for. Unfortunately, the appetite and the uptake from the citizens was only 1.5 million people signing up. We are aware in terms of various statistics that say that there are 4 million households. The latest stats that have come from state stats SA, though, have given a different terrain, because now I want to go back to the comment that was passed by Honorable Bodlani, that people have migrated. Whilst the issue with regards to data remains key, people are utilizing other alternative online or new platforms to be able to indulge in as far as then the content. As a department, we've then taken a decision now to say we will need to assess as to the South African citizens as part of our audio and audiovisual policy program, to then say who's on which platform, what seems to be the appetite of the South African citizens, because it's not necessarily just the free-to-air household. It is a reality that the free-to-air broadcasters, including the paid TV channels, have lost audiences. And we need to now track where that is from an interest, from a policy perspective, and in terms of therefore catering for the environment in totality as South Africa. The DDG spoke about the joint plan. Again, part of then still continuing on this collaboration of the public and private partnership. We then agreed on this joint plan last year, July. It was intentional to then say, and we went into greater detail. The broadcasters gave their own concession to say, this is the amount of time it will take us to migrate. And I want to give, the concession was then to say, we need to make sure now that we create an online platform from CETA in terms of then the registration of that, and that's delayed. But the migration, there are other aspects with regards to migration, the installation, the awareness, the broadcasters also assisting in making sure that they capture the audiences. And I think the next presentation is going to give you a scenario as to where we're at as far as then maybe one of the broadcasters and what they consider are then the new trends. And that is then the concession. I think the question that was asked to say, there seems to be obviously the usual technological evolution. And not only is analog obsolete, we are now sitting with the threat that the migration of people utilizing in terms of set-top boxes, etc., is also leading towards its own evolution of dying out. And now people are on various platforms, people are streaming and other new ways in as far as providing or getting the audio and audiovisual content. And so even if we talk whether it's going to be DTT, DTH, the evolution of that tells us that we have to also try to keep up to speed as South Africa. The risk of that is that we are going to leave more people behind, but then also as a country, we're also going to lag behind as far as new technologies. The other discussion on the risk, which is what Honorable Vilakazi asked as well, is about the efficient utilization of the spectrum and even the current spectrum bands that the broadcasters have. This discussion is currently taking place at the ITU. Next year, we are coming back to do the ratification, early next year, the ratification of the WRC outcomes in preparations for the next WRC segment. We would like to be able to elaborate and explain what are then the further risk and challenges that we possibly face for the broadcasting community and even other technologies, as far as then how then the spectrum bands are going to be or proposed to be utilized going into the future. So, Chair, I just wanted to touch on those issues, but just to lastly close on the point with regards to the cost. In the last round, as I said, part of the joint plan, the initial agreement was that the dual illumination was going to be catered for by both in fact, by the broadcasters. That was subsequently thereafter, it was not honored, and the department and government had to offtake that cost. And it was very difficult because it was not catered for. We had to go back to National Treasury to request. What does that mean? And I think that was the question that was also posed by Honorable Subatri. It means I have to take the money in as far as, because it's coming from the user, the money that would have meant that we migrate the technological developments, money meant even for mobile utilization, money meant for the SA connecting homes, household, etc. That money is now had to go for the dual illumination. The DDG did explain that dual illumination means that you're paying twice in as far as then the signal distribution. The minister has concluded, but let me allow then the minister to conclude on this. And as a department, we will be directed in as far as then the decision that is going to be made at the political level. And I'd like to end on that point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Minister?
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I think the important thing was to be able to lay out what are the dynamics that are at play here with regards to what would then be the right way to proceed going forward. But I think the most important thing around this is that in the execution of the project, it's clear that there's been some shortcomings that have developed over time that has affected, one, the capacity to be able to reach the intended target of the migrations that should have happened. And that would have, strengthened our case in how we best proceed going forward. The biggest challenge that we face as the department now in reconciling all these difficulties is, in the event we proceed with an extension, we have to find the funding. And I think the DG has kind of like placed the considerations that are there with finding the funding and how we proceed forward. But I think there are things that historically could have tightened up that didn't happen. Our responsibility now is how we can then tighten those considerations, particularly this aspect that there was commitment that the coverage of the dual illumination would also include contributions from the broadcasters. And it's something that we'll be taking up in the engagement that we are scheduled to have with the broadcasters to see if we can enforce that because we don't want to be in a situation wherein we take the input that one extend the date, yet we don't find the funding, because that wouldn't wholly answer the question. At the same time, we don't want to risk, leaving behind the hundreds of thousands of South Africans that we haven't been able to migrate. So I think it was important for us to lay this on the table for the committee to understand that these are the considerations that we are interrogating in forming the final decision, and for us to also have a sense of where the committee stands, and to reconcile that in the final decision that we have to make. But as I said in the beginning, this comes down to both two choices, and those two choices have to be followed up by plans that secure the funding or the consequences of living with the risk of leaving the hundreds of South Africans behind, which I think for me far outweighs whatever cost that can be associated with needing to cover. But we can't be getting into the space where we commit ourselves to decisions without making sure that those decisions are funded, and that those decisions can be enforced, and that those decisions can be executed. But that is the problem that we have now with the analog switch off. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all entities who participated in this discussion. Minister, you said there were shortcomings in the process. I think that I don't want to be called alarmist yet again, but I think this issue is really an unmitigated disaster. There are many gaps, which I think members have pointed out in their interactions. And I think, Minister, we empathize with the problem that you are currently facing, but we do need to invite you back soon to tell us what are you then going to do once you've had an opportunity to consider these issues. Maybe just to summarize, there's issues around the data, around the data of the beneficiaries, around the data of the devices, around the general integrity of whatever databases that you are utilizing, including the many linkages that you need to have with other departments, including Home Affairs and SASSA, like you're saying. But to also understand the extent of the problem, we speak about leaving no one behind, but we are not able to say, these are the people that we are concerned about leaving them behind. This is where they are. We are engaging with these households. And right now, it seems to be very much a spray and pray type of approach. So we trust that you are going to look at that. The DG is also at pains to raise issues of the agreements that we have entered into. I mean, the whole discussion around BDM, DG, precipitated in 2008 by Minister Ivy Matsepe-Kaseburi, because even then at that point, there were issues of international obligations around these matters and continued since. But as this portfolio committee, for example, I know that there's nothing that has come to us, whether from the ITU or WRC of late, around the ratification of any MOUs and treaties. And I would just want to implore that perhaps we do that, so that if there's a need to look at, issues of ratification, but also issues of domestication to make such things simpler for us, then we are able to act on that. The issue of the sustainability of the broadcasters, I think that came up quite clearly, and we appreciate, Minister, that you will be having that engagement with the broadcasters this week. The SABC was not given an opportunity to engage in this meeting, and I'm sure if they've got any issues that they also want to raise when we take the next presentation, which focuses on the DTH, DTT discussion, they can make their inputs there. And again, just to eliminate the point, we're talking about set-top boxes, DTT, whereas SABC has moved to DTH already. And that particular presentation, I suppose, will answer some of those questions. We've heard you, Minister, on the cost of dual elimination. And I think maybe you would want to engage broader and look at your universal service obligations, which at this point we understand that are not necessarily being followed through. And maybe if a rework, a reformulation of those USOs could perhaps be able to assist you to resolve this particular challenge that you are currently facing. And then finally, I mean, on that issue, just to say that on that issue, you might want to redirect some of those funds to the infrastructure that is solely needed. But Minister, we'll obviously write to you, I think, on some of these issues. So as you look at the options, you've got them. And to say, I don't know, except for Member Vilakazi, I did not hear a single member who did not support you're looking at an extension around analog switch off by the 31st of December. So I take it that that is the position of the committee, and we will look forward to updates in that regard. Thank you, members. Thank you, Minister. I've been accused in the past of being a slave driver on this platform. So I'm going to give a 3-minute break. We reconvene at 11:36. On the next item. I'm not sure what the agenda looks like, but I wanted to propose that we take the DTT, DTH presentation. So we close off on these issues. Then we will deal with members of the SABC Bill immediately thereafter. So if you could be putting up the presentation so long and just have a quick leg stretch, and we will reconvene at 11:33. Thank you so much. 11:36.
Slave driver.
No, a veloting is a slave driver.
Thank you for the 3 minutes to catch our breath, Chair.
Okay, so coffees have been refilled. Everybody's done their little step and dance to make sure that they're fine, still breathing. The next presentation from the SABC is the rationale and update on the DTH platform for SABC digital transformation journey. We're having this presentation today as a direct response to a request made by Honorable Bodlane. Coming from the oversight visit, we would have noticed that while we were still under the illusion that we're rolling out set-top boxes, having put in a lot of money in that process over and above the 1.2 billion, which is just focused on digital illumination, a lot of money was spent on set-top boxes, and I'm not sure if we even have that figure. Hopefully in the interactions that will also come up. So members were quite concerned because when we visited the post office, we would find boxes lying next to satellite dishes, And we were informed that members of the community are now bringing back the boxes and they're bringing back the decoders and they're demanding the dishes. So we sought to understand what is actually happening here. And secondly, we're not sure of a change in policy that, adopts DTH rather than DTT as a model, and we're quite interested on the implications thereof. And again, the issue that Member Mates raised around we're getting a lot of issues coming from constituencies where people are saying they are switched off, there's a blackout, they don't know what's happening on their TV screen. So I'm hoping that this presentation will enlighten us on some of those issues. Minister, if you want to introduce, I'm assuming that the chairperson of the SABC is also here to follow suit. Over to you, Minister.
Hi, Chair. Thanks very much for this. Yes, I think the leadership of the SABC is here, represented by the board chair, and my input will just be brief, just based on the final point that you made in terms of the transitioning from DTH from DTT to DTH, and that while I think it's important for the SABC to proceed with making this presentation, we would still need an opportunity to engage with the SABC on making sure that there's just broader alignment at a policy level with regards to the solutions that they are proposing in here. And I think it is with that spirit that I think, the SABC can then proceed with the presentation, but that we would want to have an opportunity as the department to have further engagements with the SABC on this, just to ensure that we both have the same alignment from a policy perspective. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Chairperson? I'm not sure if there's talk coming from Auckland Park. We just see screens changing in front of our eyes. Can the Secretariat give guidance on what's happening, please?
They are just setting up, Chair. And the broadcasters doing what the broadcasters do. I'm just checking.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, check. I'm just checking on the chair if he's on the platform.
Can I suggest whomever is leading the presentation from the SABC to proceed? If the chair is
also, the chair is there along with the CE. But can you unmute, Chair, please?
Minister, find money from the SABC. Yabana ngobohlulwa yiZoom.
Hi, Chair. I think it's just the overlay between the two venues. Qala yenye ke.
Okay, apologies about that, Chair, honorable members, Minister DM and DG and colleagues on the platform who were struggling a bit with technology here. I'll make it short because I've already costed you a couple of minutes whilst we're trying to sort this out. The GCEO will take us through the detailed presentation as shared with the committee. Mine will be just to introduce the discussion starting specifically where you introduce the discussion, Chair, that this presentation is a request from this committee. And I would just want to speak to two issues that we understood to be part of the concerns that we'll try to unpack in the presentation, noting the continued engagements that we will be having with the department, as the minister correctly alluded to. So one of the issues that we thought was important to clarify in presenting this presentation to the committee was that the intention of the SABC in introducing or rather pursuing DTH as a solution emanates or is informed by two critical considerations. One being the fact that we want to keep up with the trajectory that developments in the technology are taking within the sector, both locally and globally. And noting the fact that whilst we appreciate the benefits that comes from DTT as a solution, it is a solution that can be considered to be sunset, and therefore we need to prepare ourselves for the future. In that context, it's important for me to also make the point that the DTH solution does not necessarily seek to replace the DTT solution. Where we are seated, we want the DTH solution to be supplementary and complementary to the DTT solution that has been implemented over the number of years, as you have articulated. Of course, we do hope that the DTH solution will assist maybe in addressing some of the challenges that have been presented here earlier in the earlier presentation. But we would want to make it clear that ours is to supplement, but also to ready ourselves for the future, so that when we do have to exit the DTT solution, we are not again chasing time as we are now in catching up with the DTH solution and other solutions that we are keeping track of as the broadcaster that we need to consider migrating to going into the future. The second aspect that we thought was important to attend to on the basis of the discussions at the last meeting, which led to this presentation, was the question of the costs associated with the initiative that the SABC had put out in the market through an RFP. We do want to indicate that the RFP has been structured in such a way that it seeks partners who can assist in providing a turnkey solution. In that sense, the SABC does not intend to make any capital investment or capital outlay at the initiation of this project. So we are seeking for partners who have capacity and capability to be able to provide that initial capital outlay required to launch this solution, and how we intend to compensate or to give return on investment to those potential partners is to enter into an agreement with the successful bidder in that regard into a revenue share model where we are able to share the revenues that will come from the implementation of that solution. So those are the two critical points that I thought as the GCEO will be taking the committee into detailed presentation, I should highlight as a way of introducing this presentation in line with what led to this the request of this presentation by the committee. With your permission, Chair, I will then ask the GCO to take through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chairperson, before I give the permission, could we just have, and I think for the sake of clarity, could we just have the SABC's comment on the issue that we just concluded around your view, your appetite for an extension of the analog switch off? We do not want to assume that we know what your position would be in that regard, as you would be one of the stakeholders who are most affected. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Our position is that we would like the switch off to be extended by an additional 12 months. And in that regard, we have also engaged the minister as the shareholder, expressing our preference in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Madam CEO.
It's still morning. Good morning to everyone on the, good morning to the chair, to the minister, the deputy minister, the DG, the members of the committee and my fellow colleagues. We're here today to basically give clarity on our rationale and update the committee on our ambitions for a DTH platform for the SABC and what it means for our transformation journey. These are just the contents of what we are going to be discussing. The presentation will be in two parts. I can see that you're not seeing me. I think it's my boardroom. As you can see, Minister Malatsi, we urgently need infrastructure investment. But
that's fine. See, oh, you can turn off the boardroom camera. We will go through the presentation. Thanks.
Perfect. Appreciate it. So these are the contents where we'll just give a high-level view of the SABC and why we believe that this is critical. Looking forward to the future, the submission itself, why DTT, the rationale, and then go to the acquisition and policy implications and the conclusion. This is basically the SABC at a glance. As you can see, it's quite a massive ecosystem of both radio and television with 18 radio stations. And I think what's critical when we were making this decision was looking at the SABC mandate and saying, how do we ensure that the integrity of the mandate is maintained and is not compromised by the changes that are taking place from a digital perspective? And at the end of the day, there's a public interest mandate, which talks about unequal reach, access, trust, and credibility. And the key word there being about reach and access. The legislative environment in which we exist and ensuring that the constitutional rights of our citizens are respected and the existence of the SABC is enshrined in that constitution. And obviously the commercial mandate, which really talks to a sustainable and competitive SABC. And that's the crux of the SABC broadcasting environment. And here the focus really is about the mission, which is about delivering across compelling platforms and devices. And this is a very, very important statement because previously it was just about delivering compelling content. But the reality is that with the digital transformation and the seismic changes that we've seen, is that it's about platforms and the ubiquity of devices. And SABC needs to ensure that content is delivered across any device, anywhere, at any time. And that's literally the mission and why it's very critical for us to start thinking about our digital journey and where we are going to ensure that our existential threat is addressed. And how are we forward focused? SABC's strategy is centered around 8 pillars, which is something that has been approved by the board that we presented to the department and also to the committee itself. So this, amongst all of us, is something that we are, we all agree on and we are coalesced behind. So these are the strategic objectives. And in these strategic objectives, the ones that are taken in terms of financial sustainability, the third goal of a preferred broadcaster in terms of audiences, content, producers, and stakeholders. The third goal, which talks about an innovative broadcaster informed by research. And the fourth one, which is critical, about the digitally transformed broadcaster. This really speaks to why the DTH platform is critical for the fulfillment of the SABC goals. And what I'm going to do, the second part of this presentation, I'm going to bring Dr. Vuyo Nyembezi, who's been very integral in really, from a lead perspective, on the digital transformation for SABC, and he's going to take us through our submission. And I think just before I hand over to him, it's just for me to say what we want to get out of this presentation to the committee. We want for you to have the clarity why the SABC intends acquiring and owning a free-to-air direct-to-home platform as part of our digital transformation journey. We want to ensure that this platform strategy will mitigate and future-proof the SABC from increased competition presented by device-agnostic changes in the media sector. We all know that as we sit here today, media consumption, content consumption has changed in the last couple of years and was also fast-tracked by the advent of that black swan event called COVID. And what it has happened is that we are never going to go back to 2019. The world has transformed. And as I always, point out, is that the median age of South Africans is 27 years old, meaning the majority of South Africans are below the age of 27. These are people who grow up in a world that is digitally transformed. And how do we ensure that going forward we remain relevant to them and that we are within their consideration set? And the next one is about, obviously, the disruption that I keep on referring to, which also from an SABC perspective, because the advent of new players in the media sector has resulted in a significant audience loss for us, because people will choose how they consume, where they consume. So this has resulted in a very highly competitive environment where we've seen some losses coming through for us. And at the end of the day, it's all about the currencies or is audience. And an audience loss results in reduced revenue for the SABC. And how do we mitigate against that? And what's important as well, and we'll hear more about this when Dr. V takes over, is that this platform is also meant to be that response that DDGT Nico was also talking about in his presentation, in terms of the response to the retail market and the missing middle needs of SABC services. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the BDM program, and the key focus has always been about the indigent households, but we know very well, and the term missing middle, you remember where it came about, when it was realized that there are those people in South Africa that don't earn enough to qualify for subsidies, but don't earn enough to actually qualify, for example, for bank loans or for assistance for their children to go to university. So in our market as well, that missing middle is real. And it's a massive section in terms of scale to advertisers who actually see that as a future growth market, because you might actually have a smaller disposable income at this point in time, but once your career takes off, etc., you are a very important consumer in South Africa. And therefore, the DTH solution really offers an opportunity for us to ensure that we don't miss out on that market that is outside the indigent households that is being currently accommodated by the Broadcast Digital Migration Project. And now I'm going to hand over to Dr. V to take us through the rest of it. Dr. V.
Thank you, CEO. Greetings, Chairperson, the committee, the Minister and Deputy Minister, and all the honorable members. Mine will be.
I can't see you.
Oh, okay. Here, Deputy Minister. Mine will be more of a technical discussion, why the solution, and also to put it into context from what the GCO has spoken to. I think the preface has been done by DDG already, and there was an addition from the Syntax CEO to say, in essence, the DTH has seen a bigger uptake from the industry than any other solution. So we're basing it on that context to say it is the best alternative that we have now to the free-to-air solutions. Yes, there is an OTT. We are streaming already with the SABC Plus, and there is a DTT solution. But if you look at the streaming, you still need internet access. And our audiences is going to be a challenge for them to do that. And from a DTT perspective, it's limiting from a technical perspective, because we want to get into this multi-channel, multi-platform economy. So those are some of the factors that are influencing the direction. But more so, the department, through the DTT, they are already manufacturing the DTH boxes. So all this is then driving us to say, then the DTH is the direction, because already our competitors, if you look at them, they already have an active community of 11 million sitting in that platform, both the DSTV or multi-choice and the e-media. They've created this economy. So we're getting into that ecosystem as well. So I'll try and summarize my submission into 4 points. The platform ownership, because it's key to us. And I'll talk to the reasons behind we feel that the platform ownership is actually important for the organization. Then in line with our digital transformation journey, I'll talk to the growth that the SABC will realize from this perspective. Then all the way up to the mitigation, because the more audiences we have, the better. But at the same time, is to ensure that the retail market has got a solution. We don't want, we want actually our audiences to be able to access the SABC services anywhere, anytime, and in multiple devices and through multiple means. But the ultimate goal, and the GCO has spoken to that, it's about the financial sustainability of the SABC. On the platform ownership, and the committee will remember this, we have to block content. And this comes as part of the terms and condition when we acquire content, because some of the competitors or the rights owners will tell us directly that this content can only be showed on an SABC platform. So based on that, you find that there are content that only has to be in a certain platform that belong to the SABC. So it's one of the key. But most importantly, with the platform ownership, we are able then to dictate how many channels we can have. We can have 100 tomorrow, and we have that content internally already. SABC is 8 years old. We have the back catalog, which can then find itself here, whether through a history channel, whether through any other channel. We can create multiple channels, which is one of the drivers. But also, there is a thinking within the organization to say, we don't want to just move alone. We can move with the other content creators. Then we will be able to give them a platform, and that is called the content aggregation. Then by doing that, they can be part of the journey with us. So that's the criticality of the platform ownership. Then moving into the growth, we've spoken about this as part of our digital journey, but the growth means that the SABC can have multiple channels, and we can be able to, within the single box, able to have the TV, able to have all our radio stations there, but most importantly, we can embed the streaming. So within the single box, our audiences will be able to get all of these. But the future says to us, yes, we are on DTH now, but the future is about streaming. Then within the same box, we'll be able to offer our audiences access to internet. So this is empowering the community, but it also allows us to move with the times, because we can actually see where the future is going, but we still have to address the now factor, which is not leaving anyone behind and ensuring that any services that we provide as the SABC can reach to our audiences. And we can build from the multi-channel. We've always wanted to offer multiple sports channels. You will know, and the committee knows this, that we, in terms of our mandate as the SABC, we already collect content across the provinces, but we don't have enough space to put that content in terms of sporting codes. There is so much that we can do, and there is multiple sporting codes. With the DTH platform and the growth within that platform, we'll be able to have multiple channels. Who knows, each sporting code can have its own channel. And we're looking just beyond that. We're looking at our entertainment channel as well. We're looking at the history of the South African citizens that can be beamed through this. Even some of the government services can find a place and a home in this solution. Yes, there is a quest, and our quest is to respond to the market to ensure that people can have an SABC box, that they call it a home, because there are some of the people that want an SABC box, and it is a reality. But the main thing, we want to augment what the department is doing through the BDM program, because the BDM program is dedicated and targeted to a certain segment of the market, and that segment need to be verified. Then our question was, what about the other people? And the GCO spoke to that. So those people will find at least a box that is available for them in the market, and that box will come with all the SABC services. That's what we want to provide. But at the same time, and we want to be the masters of our own destiny. We cannot always rely on competitors. Every time we need to do something, it's about competitors, because they put their own condition, they put their own rules. So within this box, we can have our own rules, and we can actually pave a future for the organization. The ultimate goal is about financial sustainability. By having more channels as the SABC, we will be able to monetize that. We can leverage, because there are sponsors that want to sponsor niche a type of content. Because as we curate the content and curate the channels, we will be in a position to be able to monetize each of these channels, which is something that is limited now within the organization. And that will ensure that our rate card is profitable as the organization. And our chairperson of the board has already spoken to this, to say we are looking and exploring a partnership, which the model that we're looking at is a turnkey solution from a partner from end to end. Then as the SABC, we're bringing the content on board, because that's what we do best. So we bring that content, and we're not putting any financial contribution in the end-to-end solution. The content is what we are doing already and is what we have. If you look at the back catalog that we have, and if you look at the production studios that we have within the SABC, it will be seamless for us as the organization to ensure that we then supplement in terms of this partnership. So the quest really, chairperson, is about the revenue protection of the organization, and is looking at the disruption that is happening in the market. And the SABC Plus is for the future, it's not for the now. So this solution is looking at the now. What do we do now? So based on that, we then did our own mini analysis internally, which took us to where we are, to say the acquisition approach need to be this one, this type of a model, which is a partnership. But also we had to then analyze some of the policy implication. Then from what we know, we can openly say, Chair, we following the processes, we following the SABC policies. We have defined policies around partnership. We have defined policies around the SCM. But most importantly, we know who we are within the ecosystem. We are Schedule 2, a public entity, so we need to live according to the Section 217 pillars, which dictate to us that there must be fairness in the process that we follow. It needs to be transparent, the process that we're gonna follow, and it talks to all those pillars. Hence, the program itself and the process will follow the 3-bid committee system, and it's within and it's governed by the PFMA, And as I already mentioned, we will ensure that up till the end, the process will follow the SCM policies, because for any commercial sourcing and acquisition that we do, these are the policies that we abide with. The most interesting one that we had to also look it up as we were preparing ourselves, or earlier when we were preparing ourselves for the RFP, we had to look to say within the ecosystem of the Electronic Communications Act, how do we then fare with this approach? And I think if we go there, the Act is clear. It promotes the principle of technology neutrality. Then hence we then said, let's take it to the market, because the Electronic Communication Act does talk to that. And also our licensing conditions also support this assertion, Chairperson. So based on that, we are going to follow all the mentioned legislations, the regulations, and the policies, and we're gonna continue with the process within the laws of our country without contravening any law, even if it's a SCM policy. For that matter, we want to follow to the T. So that's the plan that we have, Chair. As I conclude, I'll just reiterate what the chairperson of the board and the GCO have already mentioned, that this is about the survivor of the SABC. It's part of the digital transformation journey, and we are responding to the market. We cannot be left behind, because the market is multi-platform environment, and our intention really is to future-proof the organization and ensure that we still fulfill our mandate, which is the universal access, and ensure that all the SABC services are accessible by the public, whether you are in Matatiele, whether you are far in the KZN area, as long as you have an option, it's easier for you to access the SABC content. That's what we want to do, to make it easier. But the ultimate goal is about the long-term financial sustainability of the organization, and to ensure as well that both the public and the commercial mandate are met, and we are able to deliver accordingly. That's my conclusion, Chairperson, and thank you very much. I'll hand over back to the CEO.
Thank you so much to Dr. Nyembezi. I think what's critical with this presentation, what SABC is saying is that the acquisition of this platform really allows us to be masters of our own destiny. And if you look at the 5-year strategy, it really talks to that digital transformation journey. And we genuinely believe that we are actually behind when it comes to digital transformation. If you look at where the world is going, the world standard, the way in which content is being produced, this is allowing us to ensure that we are not left behind. But I think what's the most important thing is that because it's a turnkey solution, we are saying that we require a partner that's going to come in with that CapEx investment, because that's important. SABC does not have the herewithal, meaning does not have the revenue because previously we've spoken about the fact that from an SABC perspective, we've stopped or slowed down CapEx investment or infrastructure investment because we just don't have the funding for it, which then brings us to where we are to say, what are the innovative solutions that are available that we can utilize in order for us to move forward? So in the old-fashioned terms, this is more a PPP, for lack of a better word, type of approach, where we're looking for a partner that's going to bring that technology. Then we are going to enter into a commercial agreement where what we are bringing as our currency is our airtime and obviously our advertising and obviously also our audiences that we currently have, where that forms then the basis of the transaction. And then from a long-term perspective, that's the revenue share, where that is how then the investor, so to speak, is going to be able to make back the investment that they've made into the partnership. So that's the approach for this DTH acquisition, because we have a clear understanding that we are not going to get that investment, for example, from the fiscus to allow us to do that. But in order for us to mitigate against audience loss and to ensure that our existential threat, existence is not further threatened, then we decided that this is the best solution for the SABC to remain sustainable. Back to you, Chair, for questions.
Thank you much, CEO. Thank you, Dr. Nyembezi, and the chairperson of the board. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the SABC motivating their decision around DTH. Honorable Subrathi, you will go first. Honorable Vilakazi, you will follow him, and then we will come back. If there are more members, Honorable Bodlani, I recognize you. I will check again. Honorable Subrathi.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation by SABC and appreciate and acknowledge that this is a significant and necessary step by the SABC to ensure its continuous survival as the way communication takes place evolves and as the people of South Africa move to a more digital environment. Chairperson, the first question is around the cost of providing this service. We've understood that there won't be any significant capex.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting a request here to request SABC to remove the presentation so we can see you. Thank you. I do apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Let me start again. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation by SABC and acknowledge this is an important and necessary step by SABC to ensure its continued survival and to ensure that it meets with the changing needs of our consumers, and the lack to move to a DTH will unfortunately spell more challenges for the SABC. So let me welcome this step. Chairperson, I have 3 questions, I think, and the first question talks to the cost of implementing DTH. We understand that SABC has a universal access, has a mandate to provide universal access to the masses of our country. And given the fact that what I see envisage happening here is a migration from the traditional licensing fees to a subscription fee, I would like to understand what is the model or the financial model that they have in mind, and specifically take us into account in terms of numbers, more so to understand how would this be affordable to the people of South Africa at the lowest end, and to ensure that there is universal access to our people. My second question is, I think that was partly answered. My question would have been, is there a policy shift from DTT to DTH? And then linked to that is, how does this impact on the government's investment to DTT? And finally, I would imagine that this will have an impact on Centec, and how will the losses to Centec be mitigated? Thank you, Chairperson. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, Chair, my connectivity is really unstable. If I could just keep my video off. Is that fine with you, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Just this once. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to, first of all, similarly to the Honorable Subrathi, welcome the presentation. For me, Chair, I feel like the SABC, more than many other state-owned entities, to be honest, is focused on self-sustainability and thinking deeply about removing reliance or eliminating reliance on the fiscus. And from what they have said, it seems to me that they are also looking at how do we, in light or in an environment of falling audiences or audience numbers, how do we go to where the audiences are? And it's clear that for the SABC, at least in my view, it is not business as usual. We've already been hearing good news about the SABC: increased income, reduced costs, clean audit. etc. All of which are means, it would seem to me, to address or mitigate what the GCEO refers to as an existential threat. And I feel then that if we agree on the need for a public broadcaster, and especially in an environment of reduced or no bailouts, then we need to think about ways in which we could support initiatives that SOEs are engaging in, particularly where they are being proactive. One of the things that I would say has been an issue with me for the SABC on this specific matter of discussion has been just the timing of presentation of this direction to the committee. I noticed that discussions are pretty far gone. I would have hoped that maybe they could have taken us into their confidence earlier, just so that we are aware what is going on. And I would have expected that maybe it would, in fact, be the department that brings this to us as the lead entity on behalf of the SABC. But I don't want to assume. Therefore, my first question to the SABC is, what informed the timing of your announcement of this move to the committee? And have your other stakeholders besides ourselves been brought up to speed with this move? The other question that I would have is, does the SABC have the capacity to maintain this move? It sounds to me as if it's a break from where the SABC has been. The GCEO said the SABC has formerly focused on content. Now we are moving into managing the platform itself on which the content is delivered. Does the SABC have the capacity for that? And then also, in line with perhaps this being informed, or as this develops, has there been market research to support this move? And in addition, again, noting the reducing audience numbers across the sector for both the free-to-air as well as paid subscription-based services, what are the strategies then that the SABC is going to embark upon to boost uptake and ensure the survival of, ensure the profitability even of this move? And then finally, we were shown equipment that Centec has put in place. This was when we were doing the oversight visit in the Eastern Cape, which equipment will then become unused, or will become, I can't remember the term that the Centec acting CE used. I think it was something like latent, or just become unused at the time, or if this SABC move goes on. So what has the thinking been, and has there been any interaction between the SABC and Centec on the impact of this move on Centec? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Bohlani.
I'm trying to switch my video on, Chair. Give me a second. Thank you so much, Chair. Chairperson, I thank to yourself for acknowledging my request for the SABC to make a presentation to the Portfolio Committee, because when we first had this, it was something that was a by-the-way thing. So this really makes it an official project that the SABC is carrying out, that we should be aware as the legislature. But based on the opening remarks of the Minister Malati, I am careful with what I want to say, so that we do not appear as a Portfolio Committee to be endorsing the work, the project that the SABC is proposing, while Minister says they still need to be appraised on this. So mine would be to say, then I receive this as information, and hopefully you will agree with me to say it's not an endorsement, considering that what the Minister has said. And one of my first questions was going to be, has the department provided, approved this project? Because, I beg your pardon, for me, if this was brought before the department, the department should have flagged to say, but you already have Centec, your sister entity, providing this service. So it appears as if we are working in silos as a department. Could I just be clarified on that? And if my memory serves me well, the tender was advertised on the 11th of July. And I do appreciate the presentation that they are looking for 10 key partnerships. And as the CEO says, it's a triple P. That was in July. We are in November. Has there been an interest in the market? Are you closer to appointing a service provider? What is the update with the greatest, with the consideration of us? It's not an endorsement. We are just seeking clarity. Chairperson, I think the SABC is going to hinge and anchor its decision to go through with this on their mission and vision, which talks about content and devices. And I get that, and I appreciate that. And it's unfortunate that it has taken the SABC so long to also talk about devices. But it happens in a environment that I don't know how conducive the environment is for that, especially considering that you have Centec as a sister entity that is in that space. So what is there still room for a collaboration with Centec on this? Has Centec showed any interest on this process? And if you are going to have the SABC going on tender for something that Centec could have done, and it is my understanding that we have a DDG that is exactly dedicated to the entities, why are these sort of things falling through the cracks, where it could have been a conversation to say, Centec, if you enhance this service, then we would be able to take this up. If you change this, or if you provide it this way, then we would have been able to take it up. Because what is the point of going outside? And also with me having heard the acting CEO says they are looking for somebody who's going to inject cash into the project. Perhaps I'm answering my own question. But for me, just to also emphasize the question that Honorable Vilakazi was asking, what feasibility study has been done to say that this would really be something that the market would be interested in? This would be something that would increase the revenue, the eyes on the balls for the SABC. Thank you so very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bojani. I'm not seeing any other hands up.
Honorable Chair.
Ndadesitole, I was looking for you. Please do come in, Honorable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members and the Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I have only two questions, which if they can clarify the issue of sports channels, because they are talking about the different sporting code, but the sporting channels are not covering the poor of the poorest. Because if you don't have a DSTV, if you don't have Explorer, it means we are not covered by the SABC. So I'm trying to check from their planning and their strategic planning, what are they doing to ensure that people that are vulnerable, they bring help and get channeled to different areas. I was at home at Nkandla. I found that at Kuteni there was not even the TV. It was very difficult even to get the SABC one. But because of the area, I understand. But even if you are here in Gauteng, you find that if you don't have this Explorer and this DSTV, you don't get we cannot look on the sporting that we are looking for. And the other, Honorable Chairperson, I'm trying to check is the issue of TV license. But if I'm out of the program, Honorable Chairperson, you will call me off. You see that if we are talking in DSTV, if you are owing DSTV, if you're supposed to pay today, tomorrow, if you don't pay today, tomorrow they switch off your TV. But their channel. But people of South Africa are owing SABC. They don't pay for TV license. What system, what mechanism did they have to ensure that people are paying what they are due for to them? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stolle. Honorable Mkhaga.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and everybody in the meeting. Chair, I would be brief in appreciating what the SABC is proposing to us. Because for me, SABC is futuristic, forward-looking, in responding to the external forces that surrounds its own terrain. And I think the innovation, which is always necessary for institutions that is involved in competitions like SABC, so that we eliminate dependence on external competitors. You develop your own capacity for you to dictate terms, even if we are entering into partnership and agreements with other partners. And therefore owning your platform, the platform ownership, for me is critical, because it empowers you to actually deliver on this mandate of universal access, but also to respond to the public needs. Honorable member is talking about the sporting, super sport, whatever, which is highly monopolizing that particular space. And SABC is always found wanting when it comes to these critical basic demands of the ordinary people. So building this capacity for me empowers SABC to dictate terms when it comes to negotiations, any form of negotiations around this particular service. And therefore for me, Chair, I think as a committee, whilst we believe that the consultation is critical so that there's consensus across entities that works with SABC, so that there are no disharmony created out of this particular approach. Because the intention is not to leave anyone behind, to ensure that we deliver to our people what is basic and necessary around this particular issue. Revenue protection is critical. Financial sustainability is critical, so that you reduce dependency on on government fiscals at all times. At the same time, you are able to pave your own way forward, because you do have the capacity to actually establish yourselves in sectors where you believe you gain access and strength. So, Chair, for me, it's a question of a consultation that I don't think SABC has talked to it. Because if this process is advanced, then SABC must give us a report that says these are the stakeholders that are working with us, and we've consulted these other stakeholders. We've concluded the process of consultation. The department is on board, the minister is on board, and everybody else is on board, so that as we support this particular program, we understand that at least the basics have been addressed around this particular issue. Otherwise, in terms of their innovations and what they are doing now, forward looking, I don't think the portfolio committee must have a problem with that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would like to also just appreciate what has been brought forward to us. And I think I've also been greatly covered by Honorable Mkhaga as well, in terms of the responsibility and support that would then be given to the SABC and through the collaboration with the department as well. I think one thing that, Chairperson, I would like, not even one thing, some items that I would like perhaps to raise as a concern. I know that the, apologies. I know that the SABC over the past few years has had great challenges because
Sorry,
of financial.
Adonis, we would love to see your beautiful face.
Oh no, Chair, can I please keep my camera off because I can't see all of you.
Taking chances. Oh.
Goodness.
Thank you, Madam. You may
Please,
proceed.
Chair. Thank you very much. Over the past few years, we've seen quite a decline in the SABC in terms of its accessibility in servicing the most vulnerable and those who need enabling solutions. So we look at the sign language interpreters. There has been a shortage of that, and it's one of the things that has been raised as a great concern within the disability sector as consumers. And majority of the sector are consumers of the local stations, being consumers of SABC. Now, we do understand that there is a deficiency and a decline in terms of the financial resources that are allocated to the SABC and that are generated through the SABC as well. But I think there needs to also be an intervention strategy that speaks towards how do we prioritize the inclusive approach of the SABC, and within the bill as well, this needs to also be reinforced so that they have the capacity and capability to service all South Africans at the end of the day. But also, Chairperson, one would also appreciate the fact that in terms of the capacity of the SABC and its collaboration with other institutions or other entities such as your DSTV, Netflix, and other service providers. I think with what Comrade or Honorable Mkhaga has said is that it's very important for them to have, what is this word? The upper hand in all negotiations. And I think this is where ourselves as a portfolio committee and the department need to really reinforce, or we need to really prioritize in ensuring that the SABC has that capacity and capability of having the upper hand. And I think that's the only way that it can find itself staying afloat, but also being able to leverage off of the incoming technology or service providers that are looking to take place in the industry. But I think, how do we then get a collaboration between those that are already in market before we speak about those who are going to still come? So DSTV being one of the most predominant, we've got, I think there's the other one, the yellow one, I forgot what it's called, that is now gone into, you know, our local townships. What is the collaboration that is taking place there? What is the negotiation that the SABC is having with those entities? And what are some of the restrictions perhaps we're putting to ensure that the SABC at the end of the day is the one that is then predominantly leading or leveraging off of these particular service providers to benefit the SABC as well, to become sustainable, because it is a public entity and institution. Lastly, Chairperson, it would be on the how do we ensure that even the technology that is being developed within the SABC is of quality standard that will allow for the SABC to run itself over an extended period of years with the technology that then will be acquired as part of the assets. And I think this is one thing that the SABC has raised as a concern on their end, and even those who are working for the SABC, is not having the financial capacity or resources to actually update their equipment, and therefore being unable to even compete with the emerging market. So I think it's one thing that we need to also really focus on and prioritize. But I think there needs to be a fundraising model that speaks towards sustainability, so that as Comrade Mkhaga has indicated, we move away from the dependency of the ANC on state resources, but it's able to sustain itself through the consumers and other avenues and through its collaborations and partnership with emerging markets as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chauke Adonis. Please withdraw. You made a mistake. It's not the dependence of the ANC on state resources, the dependency of the SABC on state resources.
Apologies of the SABC. Apologies for that. Thank you, Chairperson.
No problem. Thank you very much, honorable members, for those questions. I'm going to try and keep mine just very directed because I am mindful of time. So I'm taking note of the disclaimer that the minister raised around his engagement or lack of engagement on what has been presented before us. And I think also Honorable Potlane raised that matter. So I do understand that the minister still needs to engage, and perhaps we may get a different view around this once government has looked at it, except to say that, like Honorable Mkhaga, I do welcome what seems to be innovation on the part of the SABC and really a quest to move forward. I'm a bit confused on a number of things in terms of the rationale that is put forward. So one is that DTT is outdated, and then the second one is around future-proofing the SABC and ensuring that it's able to compete. Now, DTT, I do have the numbers now. DTT spent, that project of rolling out set-up boxes spent more than 10 billion rand purchasing set-up boxes. This is outside of the attendant costs. The USASA tells us, I think as recently as 2 months ago, that they bought another 200,000 set-top boxes in addition to what is there. We are not getting what then happens in that case, because on the one side, there are satellite dishes that are being rolled out, but USASA is still buying set-top boxes for who? If SABC says that they don't want those, and what is going to be happening in that case? Secondly, we have already seen these satellite dishes. So to us, this is not a presentation of something that's going to happen in the future, despite the fact that the department seems not to have been engaged on it. So I'm keen to find out who bought then those set-top boxes. Where was that money coming from? And yeah, so have you seen any of the intended outcomes being achieved through the purchase of the boxes, of the dishes that are already there? Because we know that satellite is being deployed. Honorable Stolle speaks on issues of SABC signal. And he's right that for most people, they access SABC through MultiChoice, the MultiChoice platform. So I just need a follow-up. What is happening with the must carry, must pay obligation? Can we get a sense on whether the SABC is being paid? Because I understand the obligation to be must carry and must pay. So how far are we on that? And then satellite is quite expensive, right? So has there been a cost-benefit analysis done vis-a-vis the set-top boxes as well as satellite? But also, are you then going to be considering raising revenue from these satellite, perhaps through a bandwidth sharing or something of that nature? Linked to your model that you're proposing around funding, how are you going to ensure your independence, impartial and independent, when you are looking for commercial players to fund this on your behalf, and then through revenue? I mean, you're speaking also about creating specialist channels and things like that. How then do we trust, that the public broadcaster is not spreading propaganda through a commercial interest that then buy into this model? How are you going to look like that? And obviously, what does this revenue sharing model look like? To use your words, I heard Dr. Nyembezi referring to niche advertising. Is that what you mean by revenue sharing? If we could just get a breakdown around that. Now, MultiChoice has been running on satellite since forever. And in the recent days, we have seen reports of a significant drop in their audience numbers. What lessons have you learned from that process? Because you're deploying a very expensive technology, which is being used by the competitors, but it has not necessarily saved them from the challenges that you would be confronting of dropping audience numbers. So but the fact that there's a lot more content, MultiChoice carries a lot more content than the SABC, is it a guarantor that you will not be losing those audience numbers as well? And then I'm interested in these boxes, right? Sorry, in these dishes. I keep referring to boxes. So where are they being manufactured? By whom? Are they local in their rollout? How are you intending to include, designated groups that Honorable Chauke Adonis spoke about? And yeah, just those issues in terms of the devices that are already there. Yeah, maybe let me stop there. I think the questions around Centec and why Centec could not have been the one who rules this out have been adequately canvassed by members of the committee, so I won't repeat that except to emphasize it. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, look, I think we'll just, excuse me, we'll get the SABC to respond, but I think you can tell even from the nature of the questions asked that we would have, preferred to have a proper session for us with the SABC to just have a sense of broader alignment with where we stand. I think any quest to find innovative solutions that will help the SABC will always support that in principle. And I think that is our attitude. But I think for us, in order to have a much more valuable contribution now, we would be splitting at hairs. And hence, in the beginning, I indicated that we would make sure that post this meeting, we have those engagements with the SABC that we need to have, so that we can make sure that at least we are moving in tandem towards the same goal, which is what we all want. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Chairperson of the board.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I will allow first the CEO and Dr. Nyembezi to take the questions, and then I'll come last to deal with what they would have left off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nyembezi, perhaps you want to start, and then I'll follow.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And to the members for the questions, I'll start with the more MySpace technical questions. Then the CEO and the chairperson will talk to the other questions. Firstly, just a declaration to say there are some of the questions that have been raised by the members, the honorable members, that we cannot answer because we are still in the process. So if you can just give us that understanding as well. Starting with the financial model, safe to say we're looking at a revenue share model. And that is embedded in the proposal or RFP that we issued it out. It states clear what the expectations are. It's a turnkey solution from end to end. And that particular partner will inject capital towards the project. As the SABC, we are already putting funding towards content. That's what we do. So we then bring that content on board. So that's the first one from Honorable Subrati. Then the second part from Honorable Subrati was around the numbers. You'll correct me if I understood it incorrectly, but I'll talk to the household numbers, which I think it will talk to the other questions that have been raised around the research. The household numbers, what we did, we looked at the analog television. from the numbers. And I think the CEO of Syntec spoke to this, to say there is a coverage. The coverage numbers are derived from the Stats SA, from the population. Then you have the viewers. So we then had to base our numbers from the viewers to say who is watching us on analog. Then based on that, it's then become easier to say the numbers from the analog as we speak today that we have are around 1.7 upwards, a million, a household. Then you can translate that easily to say if one household consists of 6 members, you do the multiplication, it gives you just over 10 million audiences. So that's the numbers. But also I would like to link my answer to what our competitors are doing already. We have that information. Our competitors both combined, I'm just talking about the 2 main ones, they have over 11 million a household in the same ecosystem. So that's the numbers part. Then still from Honorable Subrati, there was a question, but I'll try to provide an answer. I think the question was directing us to the subscription. Just to clear it, we are not planning a subscription-based type of a system. We are planning a system that the users will buy. It's the once-off fee. They will be able to buy the unit or the device once off. Then they will have access infinity up until the unit is broken, similar to what OpenView is doing. But with us, within that unit, we are saying we will also offer a streaming service, which we already have. We are not starting from scratch. SABC has got an SABC Plus streaming platform. So we're going to embed that platform onto the box. So if the member or the audience has got access to internet, then they can stream, then they can do catch-ups, then they can watch multiple VODs, video on demand, podcast, anything that is on SABC Plus, they can also have it there. Then still from Honorable Subrati, there was a question around the policy shift, although I think you took the question back. It's not a policy shift. The department has made it through the BDM program to say they cease to manufacture DTT boxes. Currently, the department is through the program is procuring DTH boxes. So we are not too far off, but we are saying what we are doing, we are augmenting, because the boxes by the BDM program are targeted at a specific household or market household that need to be verified through a verification process, the indigent household. So we are saying this SABC box is then targeted at the middleman. The
missing middle.
The missing middle, sorry. At the missing middle. And the DDG spoke to that actually, to say the broadcasters were encouraged to do this, to be able to develop their own boxes. So we are not too far off from what the department is saying. And we are not too far off from what the CEO of Syntec is saying, to say the uptake, 70% is towards the DTH. Then moving on to Honorable Vilakazi, the timing factor. Why now? We've been through multiple processes as the SABC in our digital transformation journey. We just delivered a massive platform, the SABC Plus. So it has been part of our 5-year plan. So the ownership has always been there in our plans, but we had to then look at the SABC Plus first, which we have delivered. Now we can go to the next. Then how are we going to manage the platform in terms of capacity? We are managing the SABC Plus. So the learnings that we've got internally through the SABC Plus has actually sharpened our skills to say, how do we manage a platform? And we have shown with the growth or the exponential growth of SABC Plus to say we are capable and we can be able to manage a platform.
I think also maybe to come in to just, which is very critical, that slide I showed in the beginning that shows the current scale of the SABC. We've got 18 radio stations, 70% of South Africa's market share. On just radio alone, we've got 5 television stations as we sit here today with our sport channel being on OpenView. We have the news channel, channel 404, which is sitting on satellite. You know, and then obviously then we've got the linear, the 3 channels. I think that alone starts to show the scale, in fact, of SABC, because in this country, there is no media, you know, player that actually has such a multi-platform presence, an omni-channel presence, which radio, OTT, linear, etc. So just as we sit here today, and I think sometimes we don't really consider that SABC actually currently does possess that scale. To Dr. Nyembezi's point, the difference is that now we are very clear that the digital transformation side, to ensure that we stay relevant, is the route where we are going. But remembering that we already have the capacity internally of people who've already run platforms at this type of scale.
And also to continue around the channels, Honorable Sithole's question was around the sport channel. Currently, we have a sport channel. It's sitting on OpenView, but because of these contractual agreements, sometimes we have to block it. Hence, one of the points that I've mentioned on the slide was saying, with our own platform, it becomes easier to negotiate for sport rights. But now we're looking at the rights at a high level. SABC has got a mandate to promote developmental sport. So we're saying these multiple platforms that we're talking to is for developmental sport. We have capacity internally to be able to do that. So we can then start to have multiple or what I call it dedicated sporting codes. If we have multiple channels just focusing on different sporting codes, that's a part of fulfilling our mandate. Yes, the higher sport rights, they are there. Currently, we have the AFCON. We can only show the matches based on what we have, on the capacity that we have. Imagine if we can create 10, 12 sport channels. It means all the teams that are based in the continent, they can be beamed in that channel. So that's the path that we are taking. Then also Honorable Sithole spoke about the signal. You will correct me if I misunderstood, because what you were saying is that in some areas the signal is not there or not accessible. With the DTH, it is a satellite. Satellite covers the whole of South Africa, 100% so. People just need a dish, they will receive the signal, they will have to pay just once off. Then that signal will be there infinitely so. Then I'll leave the TV license to the CEO and also go to Honorable Mkhaga. I think what I've picked up was more of a support, and the question was closer to how do we build capacity. And we have spoken to that question to say we have already done a project of this nature. We have already have proof through the SABC Plus. So this one is similar in nature, and we will have to step up as the internal technical team to just ensure that we are on the right path. Then I will hand over to the GCEO. If there is other questions, we'll then go back to those technical questions.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot of the questions, I think you've addressed them. I think what's also very important is the question of whether there's an appetite in the market for this offering. So there's an appetite on both the supplier and viewership side. So in terms of the RFP, there is an interest on that side for bidders to come through to actually give us a solution. And then obviously, if you look at the numbers that have been discussed, to say there's 11 million households already that are on OpenView stroke multi-choice, but you also have the other households that are not on any. So there is an opportunity in the market, because if you look at the market sizing, the opportunity is there. And that's what's that's what we are going for. I'm going to ask my colleague Lungile to speak to our engagements from a Centec perspective, and then I'll come back again. Lungile, can you hear us?
Thank you very much, Group CEO of the SABC. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honorable members. Good afternoon to the Minister. Good afternoon to the Deputy Minister. And good afternoon to all the other honorable members on the platform. I think the question of Centec or other stakeholders being engaged in this conversation and in this initiative has come up, I think, more than 3 or 4 times from the questions that the members have asked. I think Honorable Vilakazi spoke to it, Honorable Kodlani, and then it was also touched on by Honorable Mkhaha, and then you, Chairperson, on your side. As a start, the conversations between the SABC and Centec have been ongoing for a very long time on this. We even wrote a joint business case together in 2022, in and around July and August. But where the issue was, the big issue came in, was the issue of funding, on how we can then fund that business case. And we had so many proposed models at the time where we could even approach a national treasury or even the department for assistance for that type of partnership. But one of the things we realized at the time was that there was never going to be an easy way of financing that type of innovation and initiative from the fiscus. And therefore, we've decided then let us explore other commercial arrangements that could come in and be able to assist with us. So in this case then, between us and Centec, as we always say, we are very, very much joined at the hip on this. They will be able to, if they can become a service provider, they will be able to come in and in a commercial arrangement, be the service provider. They will partner in a commercial way. Our governance, if ever it comes down to that, will not be that of the Master Transmission Agreement, the MTA. It will be more of a commercial SLA. But the key for us is the capital expenditure, as in the initial capital outlay that is needed for this type of an initiative. It is critically important that that is outlined. And secondly, then the entire revenue sharing model becomes quite critical as well on whether then this will be able to sustain the 2 entities that are involved. But as everybody has been saying, it is already a process that is ongoing, and we haven't, selected any preferred service provider. That process is ongoing. But once that happens, then we will be in a position then to determine how do we, move forward. But the entire evaluation criteria does talk quite at length on the capital expenditure requirements and then the revenue requirements. But the other stuff that talks to this is also on the streaming side. And there are other value-added services on top of this device that we are looking at. And at the time, I mean, between us and Centec, we couldn't, do that. And any other partner in the market, then we could see if they could, be in a position to provide that. That also is, the MVNO option, and also, the device being not just hybrid, but true hybrid, which means it also offers that ability to connect to Wi-Fi and be also a service provider on data. So that from a higher level is, the arrangements between us, and so we've been having these engagements quite a while, and we've even, written a joint business case together, which is still in existence. But the funding has always been a huge issue. And for us to own a platform, it is critically important for the sustainability of the SABC. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Group CEO of the SABC.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Binza. Just to go back to the must carry, must pay question from the chairperson. Needless to say that the Electronic Communications Act of 2005 just, prescribes ICASA regulations on the extent to which subscription broadcasting services must carry subject to commercially negotiable terms the television programs that are being provided by the public broadcaster as a licensee. The reality is that since these regulations were issued in 2008, whereby, MultiChoice is carrying the SABC channels, MultiChoice is yet to pay SABC for carrying those channels. And these conversations or negotiations have been ongoing. ICASA is very much involved with them. And from an SABC perspective, we continue to try to negotiate. But as you can see, that there hasn't been really any progress to these negotiations simply because the two parties, have not found each other. But despite that, what is interesting is that if you look at both platforms, the most viewed channels, for example, under those platforms are SABC channels. So those SABC channels carry quite a lot of value for those platforms in which SABC is investing in content production for those channels to be viewed via those platforms. So Chair, at this point in time, there hasn't been a conclusion to the must carry, must pay discussion. And then going to the TV license question is that, the TV license one, as we've said, South Africa has a very high evasion rate. SABC has a lot of activities in place to try and collect TV licenses. We now also have a very big reliance. If we look at our revenue, the majority of it comes from debt collectors who go and, chase the collection of outstanding TV license debt. We run internal campaigns to entice people to pay their TV licenses. If you look after the very successful election campaign, we also ran a campaign trying to educate South Africans about the importance of public broadcasting in being able to deliver content of public interest, such as the elections. But as we sit here today, as we all know, TV licenses are still a challenge from an SABC perspective. So we are not, winning from that perspective. I think what is important also, I think just in terms of correction, that it's SABC, the DTH solution. It's important for us to say that we are not trying to replace BDM. This is not what the SABC is saying whatsoever. But the SABC is saying the market has fundamentally changed. Fundamentally, we have an option as SABC to sit back and watch the market change and watch those households that are currently not on those platforms, and our competitors come in and pick up those households and provide them with their own platforms. And SABC will be standing, obviously, having a reliance on those platforms for delivery of audience. And there is a vicious cycle that produces, because then again, we are not in charge of our own destiny. We now rely on external platform owners to be able to deliver our platform. Because the same could be said, and I'd like to play devil's advocate, the same could be said on the OTT streaming platform. It could be said, why does SABC have its own streaming platform when it can actually depend on global players to carry their content on their own streaming platform? So, the same at some point could be said, but SABC recognized that the market has changed. Consumers are consuming via the palm of their hand, and for SABC to stay sustainable, it's important for us to be able to give them the content where they want it, when they want it. And that is really about market forces. That's what it's about. One cannot resist against changes in market forces. So we respectfully acknowledge that we work within a regulatory environment, which we interrogated during this process of developing, the RFP itself, for example. And I think we admit as SABC that, when I introduced it, that we are late actually to the digital changes. We are late in introducing this platform. If you look at how long, the whole migration time frame has been. But I think, we are saying that we are where we are now, and we are now trying to fast track ourselves to ensure that we are not left behind. And that is why we use the SABC Plus platform as a great example of a late, entrant to the streaming platform that is leapfrogging, incumbents that have been here. And that's a very good story to tell. When we relaunched SABC Plus in July of this year, and we put in the new features, including the requirement to the login requirement, we envisaged getting about 500,000 users probably towards mid next year. But what happened is that in the first 3 months, 3.5 months, we managed to reach that number. That's just to show the appetite for the public that is, one, looking for a SABC content, which is very relevant to them. Because at the end of the day, if I think about just dramas, at the moment, the #1 drama in this country is an SABC drama. So what we've done is that we've now enabled audiences not to actually be dependent on just one platform, to live in this multi-platform world. So what we are hoping this presentation does is gives a view that we are being forward-thinking. We are not leaving anything to chance and having this reliant on just the state to keep us sustainable when we are seeing the winds of change taking place all around us. And what we are saying is that media consumption is no longer what it used to be. Media players are no longer what traditional media companies are. Even telcos play in the media space. And I think this is just the beginning of that seismic shift. It's still going to shift drastically in the next couple of years. I hope we've answered the questions, and those that we haven't answered, Chair, we're happy for them to be called out so that we come back to answer. But I'm going to hand over to the chair of the board because there's a specific question that was asked that he would like to clarify.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just
Could the SABC come back, Chairperson? I think you are muted, Chair.
okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
At the SABC for training on digital skills.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies. Sorry, I was speaking on the other side. I thought you could hear me. Just a couple of maybe questions that I would want to respond to that the colleagues have not attended to. I think there was the question of what will the SABC do to boost revenues with this solution? And I think the issue that Dr. Nyembezi raised around the multiplicity of platforms and our ability to then put more content response to that question. So we are aiming to be able to grow our revenue generation capabilities through this particular platform. And then I think the question on interaction with Centec, the acting GCOO spoke to that. And then there was, I think, some few questions from you, Chair, that maybe I would want to speak to. And the first one, really, I think the CEO did touch on it towards the end. The issue of DTT being outdated. Just to clarify that is not our position. Our position is one that acknowledges that it is approaching its end of useful life, so to speak, as a technology. Hence the augmentation and supplementation that we're speaking about. And I think Dr. Nyembezi has also stated that even from the BDM point of view, the procurement of boxes that is happening now, it's happening towards the DTH solution and not the original set of boxes that I think, Chair, you referred to the 10 billion rand that have been spent there. And the issue of the independence of the SABC in this envisaged arrangement. So the partnership will be at the level of the device provision and access to satellite. And it ends there. The SABC remains with the authority and the determination of the content that goes into those platforms. And of course, the editorial policies of the SABC remains effective beyond this envisaged relationship. So we do not see a risk at all insofar as the question of the independence is concerned. And I think what lessons have been learned from MultiChoice losing subscribers, I think maybe to two things. The first point being that obviously MultiChoice is a subscription service, and of course with the proliferation of alternative streaming services and so forth, the consumer out there is making an assessment on whether they're stretching their rent in terms of the content that they're getting from MultiChoice vis-a-vis elsewhere. Whereas as both Dr. Nyembezi and the CEO has already indicated, our intention and our commitment is to retain the true identity of the SABC, being a public broadcaster, which is a free-to-air. So the service that we'll be providing there will be free-to-air. So we anticipate that the question of numbers shouldn't really be a big issue. But the further lessons that we're taking also from our own experiences in terms of our own experience of losing our own audiences is that content is king, and we have to invest more in compelling content. And part of the considerations that we've made in going for this type of a solution, as Mr. Binza indicated, we understand that this solution requires a huge capital outlay that we don't have. But we also wanted a solution which, in this partnership arrangement, it can help us from foregoing the cost of signal distribution and so forth, which can help us reinvest more on compelling content. So we think that all those things should be able to put us in a position to be able to drive or rather to take lessons from MultiChoice experiences, our own experiences, to manage this better and we'll enter a path of financial sustainability going to the future. And the last one from you, Chair, was I think around who manufactures these devices. So I think we can't answer that question given the fact that our process is currently ongoing. Depending on who we end up partnering with, we can answer where the box is coming from. But I think on the current boxes, maybe USASA might be better placed to just give an indication of where these boxes are being manufactured. And lastly from me, Chair, is the question of the engagement with the shareholder. So and I think Honorable Bojani made the point, and I'm going to stick to it. because it is the position that we hold as the SABC. So in crafting our 5-year strategy, we included the digital transformation pillar as a key anchor of that particular strategy. And we engaged the department on the strategy. The department approved, supported it to the extent that we also brought it to Parliament, the 6th administration, and it was also endorsed there. So from an engagement point of view, the position that we had was that everybody is on board in terms of our intention as the SABC to implement DTH as a solution and as an anchor of our 5-year strategy. But we are open to further engagements. And as the minister said, when the conversation started this morning, we are committed to those engagements, and we will have those engagements. And indeed, our commitment is that we would want to move with the shareholder, and would want to make sure that everybody else as well in the ecosystem is on board, and we're aligned, and we're able to collaboratively work towards a future that ensures the sustainability of the SABC and all other sister entities that are within the ecosystem. So I think I'll leave it there, Chair, and if there are questions that we might have missed, you will advise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, Chairperson, Dr. Nyembezi, Mr. Minza. I'm going to abuse my prerogative as the chairperson, and firstly just ask, I understand that this question's got many different layers, but while you're saying SABC is free to air, which is common cause, is there a reason why you would not be able to use the boxes that you now deploy to collect the 285 Rand TV license? I'm raising this alive to the fact that you said this is a solution for the missing middle, because in the committee before, the issue of collection of TV licenses in indigenous household was once raised. So I'd just like an answer to that, because if you are listening to the numbers that the CEO is raising, arguably through the deployment of this technology, perhaps, unless the policy continues to forbid it, you should be able to collect your TV licenses. Then I'm going to ask ICASA to come in and respond to the issue of why MultiChoice is not paying SABC for the use of their content. And then finally, if USASA has got a comment they want to make with relation to the boxes and current deployment. If we could just take it in that order, please, Chairperson, back to you.
From a TV license collection, Chair, this is an option that we will obviously put on the boxes. We will also be putting on the OTT streaming platform. The difference, though, is, you know, the example that was, I think, I'm not sure if it was Honorable Mkaka or Honorable Stole, who spoke about the fact that when you've got a multi-choice subscription, you don't pay, they switch you off. SABC can't do that because we're all about universal access. We don't have a payment gate behind our content. So, however, it is something that in order to make it easier for people to pay, it's a feature that will be there that people can utilize. But unfortunately, we cannot really reinforce it by switching off access or anything of the sort. It's not something that is available to us as a public broadcaster.
Thank you. ICASA, Chairperson of the Council, are you still in the meeting?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister and GM. Chair, I lost a little bit of the question. Was it meant for ICASA to confirm whether MultiChoice is paying SABC? Just to get it back, sorry.
Yes, Chairperson, we were discussing the obligations on the license holder and understanding or believing that it's a must carry obligation, which is must pay as well. The CEO did take us through the provisions subject to this and the other thing in terms of commercial terms, but we understand that no agreement has been reached, and ICASA would have been central in trying to facilitate that. So just progress in that regard, please.
Chair, I've got Sisfigile Hlongwane, just to make sure that we give committee the correct narrative as of today. If you allow me, Chair, if you can just pass on this question, then I'll come back to the platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Usasa?
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister and Deputy Minister. As I understand, Chair, your question is on the set-top boxes that are currently being procured by USASA, in particular the 200,000 boxes. I'll ask the CEO just to give you that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And SABC says they are working with you in the deployment of the DTH solution. So we want to know where those boxes are coming from, whether they are locally manufactured, and any other relevant details in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got poor network where I am, and my apologies for not switching on my camera, and I hope that's acceptable, Chair. All right, Chair, we bought 200 DTH boxes, so that means we actually have 213,000 DTH boxes. And in terms of SABC has their contribution in the project of BDM we are doing is not on the set-top boxes itself, hence they are going into their own set-top boxes. That SABC is only working in terms of the awareness campaign. They are running our awareness campaign in that regard. And also the DTH that we have procured, the 200,000 additional DTH we have procured, they only for indigent household. So SABC, my understanding, they are only looking at the missing middle. So they're not looking at the current band or the target market that we are looking at. We are looking at the indigent. They are looking at the relatively commercially viable market, when we are looking at the poorest of the poor. So yeah, that is as far as concerned. Are they locally manufactured, Chair? I think Centex can best answer that because we procured through them. They are our service provider as far as those DTH devices are concerned. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Ikasa, if you are not ready, I think we'll step off this issue and you will indicate when you have a response for us. And I wanted to speak to Quantum, but I'm assuming that since the agreement is not finalized, we would not have a sense of how much should be owed to the SABC by MultiChoice. Honorable Minister, I just want to check if you have any final comments as we close this item.
Thanks, Chairperson. No, not at this stage. I think we will use our opportunity with the engagement with the SABC, so that we can then raise the areas that we need far more clarity on and fine tune both our positions on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlongwane.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Minister, Deputy Minister.
Chair. Can we see your face, Councillor? You may proceed, Madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and everyone on the call. So, Chairperson, to respond to your question, the current regulations provide that the public broadcaster must offer its programs to MultiChoice, subject to commercial agreeable terms. So, as indicated currently, that there is no agreement that has been reached between the parties, and therefore the authority is not privy to the terms that might necessitate, payment by MultiChoice to the SABC. So they are currently using the the already existing agreement prior to the regulations that we have promulgated. We are going to wait, Chair, and get direction for the agreement to be reached so that we can peruse what the terms contain, being mindful, though, of the fact that the ECA clearly stipulates that we must not unduly interfere in the commercial activities of e-licensing. But by and large, currently, we don't know what those commercial terms that might be agreed to will entail, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think we'll step off this point, except to maybe just reiterate what the CEO of the SABC had said. SABC is on the multi-choice platform. They do attract a significant viewership onto the multi-choice platform, and if the regulations as promulgated indicate that there must be commercially agreed to commercial terms in place, then we would expect that perhaps that is followed through, obviously without the regulator interfering, but just enforcing. Mehlongwane, you may switch off your video as you're about to make that call. All right. Minister, thank you very much. And maybe just to reiterate what we said, that we understand that this is still engagement that you are having with the SABC, and therefore the portfolio committee would not be able to, I think, take a decision or express a view on this matter until you were able to give us a sense or at least clarify your position as government on how you intend to take it forward. Just to say that the concerns of the committee as you engage with the SABC, they relate to the cost of the proposed solution as it's being rolled out, because it is being rolled out, the capacity to maintain the solution, the issue of the revenue sharing model, what's it going to look like, and obviously the impact on the entire ecosystem, including the sustainability of Centec. So thank you very much, honorable members, the entity, the Deputy Minister. Can we take this time, so much time for a break? It's going to be a whole 15 minutes so that you may get some lunch, and we continue as part of a working lunch with the final item on the agenda, which relates to the department's responses on the public participation process held on the South African Broadcasting Bill. We will reconvene at 13:40. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
No, that thing was not there.
Members, colleagues, I'm so sorry about that. It's 13:41. Please may I request that we proceed. So the last item on the agenda is the responses by the department to the written and oral submissions as part of the public participation process around the SABC. I think it's important that perhaps we put context to this issue, given the fact that there has been a number, there's been quite a bit of media coverage on the minister's decision to withdraw the SABC bill. I think the opposition of the chairperson in particular to the withdrawal of the bill has also been extensively covered and canvassed by the media. With the minister having raised a number of issues, one of which was that he wanted to expedite the process of finalization of the SABC bill, as well as his reservations, and I think what he called a fatally flawed bill, that he would then want to go and revisit some of the provisions in the bill. I would have indicated to the minister that this parliament has spent considerable time processing this bill, and I think the extent to which we tried to accelerate the process when we came in and after the bill was reintroduced into the 7th Parliament are part of the reasons. And I think the issue that I would have raised is that whatever provisions in the bill that the minister is unhappy with, I believe that through the legislative process, they can be amended. I think in all of those conversations, one of the key issues that was not canvassed, and that we must be honest, is the real elephant in the room, is the issue of the audio and audiovisual policy, because a number of submissions, and I'm sure the department will speak to it now, a number of submissions would have indicated that that policy was supposed to have been developed first, ideally, and then the legislation come on top of the policy. I do hold the view that we are here now, and whatever defects exist, we need to collectively find a way to respond to those issues. Now, having said that, you will be aware that the minister would have written to the speaker. I do not have possession of those letters, hence I would not have sent them to the members, but I have been made aware that the minister wrote to the speaker indicating his withdrawal of the bill from Parliament, and the speaker subsequently responded. And while noting the minister's the minister's authority in line with the rules of the National Assembly to withdraw that.
This is not mine.
Violet, if you could please mute. So while noting that the minister is within his rights to withdraw the bill in terms of the rules of Parliament, the speaker encourages the minister to engage with the portfolio committee so that we may find one another on these different positions that I have outlined. As far as the rules are concerned, honorable members, until the withdrawal of the minister is ATC'd for all intents and purposes, all of these discussions have been happening outside of Parliament, so we do not have that in front of us, and hence we are proceeding. I have been in contact with the minister. The minister and I have engaged quite extensively in terms of approach, and we have agreed that up until we exhaust all avenues, these processes will continue. The minister thanked him for initiating a process where the committee advisors, together with the advisor and the minister of the office of the minister, have been engaging to understand firstly the issues that are at contention and also to look at how we move forward on that issue. So my recommendation is perhaps to allow the minister to say a few words, perhaps ask the advisors to speak if they've got a report that they can give to the meeting at this point. Then we will continue with the responses of the department as scheduled as part of the meeting. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and most importantly, thanks for that context. And I can confirm the reference to the depth of the discussions that you and I have had regarding this matter. And I think while it's important to proceed with the submissions from the department, as this was scheduled prior to the developments that happened last week, it's important to underscore that the commitment, even from my side, is to ensure that we ultimately move towards a financially sustainable and independent SABC that can succeed, that which we can all play a role in making sure that it has the support that is necessary. I think it's very obvious to the committee and everyone that the key areas that are of concern with the version of the bill as is, and Colin will get into this when he highlights this, particularly around, you know, the lack of a clear, credible financial model in the current version as is, the extent to which the minister's powers are reflected in there, and the lack of a clear role for Parliament, again, in the appointment of the other board. And most importantly, the point that you alluded to on the absence of a policy foundation that would then premise the policy on. And it was in light of all these considerations and the review of all the submissions that I then wrote to the speaker, because in terms of the rules, as you correctly say, in terms of provision, when a bill hasn't been read for a second time, there is the provision for withdrawal of the bill. And while I understand that a withdrawal of the bill is not always it's a disruptive element in seeking a solution, I think that given the depth and the magnitude of the issues that have been identified, it justified the need to then, find some time to be able to clarify and work on all of those concerns in a process that is perhaps could have been rushed because of the legislatory deadlines that are imposed. But most importantly, to be able to say, in light of all of these submissions and the concerns that we also have, how do we map a way forward that can be inclusive, that can sort out the problems that we have identified? And it is with that approach, Chair, that we then also initiate the conversation between the team from the minister and the portfolio committee engagement to see, because as you correctly said out, we are now operating in light of two developments. One, the request for the withdrawal has been written to the speaker. That hasn't been ATC'd, which means that this engagement can proceed in the format that it is. But we also wanted to put on the table in terms of a way forward, that the way forward would be that, one, we finalize the work on the audio and audiovisual policy. And we believe that is key to unlocking the solution that will lead to a very clear and concise financial model that is grounded on a policy foundation. And that too, in between the department and the ministry and the portfolio committee, we can then collectively, having identified the issues that we all know are of primary concern in terms of the version of the bill, to be able to comb those issues, develop a commonly agreed timeline that which in our view would be appropriate to lead to the reintroduction of the bill within the same financial year, and ideally in the first half of the year, given the agency to find the solution to this. And that with that approach, we'll then be able to find an inclusive process that allows, one, the from us, my side, to be able to ventilate those areas of concerns and sort through out the problematic aspects of the bill in consultation with the portfolio committee, and then get to an agreement on what is then an acceptable timeline and roadmap that I've highlighted earlier to reintroducing the bill back to the parliamentary legislative process. And that would be what, Chair, to be concise, I put for consideration to the committee. Of course, this consideration is dependent also on the direction that we get from the speaker post this engagement, because in her correspondence, she recognizes that while I'm entitled to proceed to pursue the avenue of the withdrawal in terms of the rules of the NA, and taking into consideration that the work that the committee has done to this stage, that an engagement with the committee was necessary to then make sure that we cross that bridge before we resuscitate that conversation. And this is the spirit with which I'm coming into this discussion with it. It's not imposed upon by the spirit of the letter from the speaker, but also by the fact that, this was set up prior to that, and that the committee is a crucial stakeholder in getting to a solution on the bill, however short and however long that it takes. But I think, Chair, with this approach, it is one that will be able to deal with the question of urgency and the timeliness resolution on finding the solution, which I think everyone shares, is how do we create the legislative foundation for the SABC to have the strongest chance of financial sustainability and financial success in a manner that is inclusive and in a manner that also addresses what has been highlighted in the submissions, most of which are commonly shared as areas of concern. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for those remarks. And I think also to appreciate the spirit with which you are coming to this discussion. I want to check before I give opportunity to the members, maybe to just reflect on what has been said so far. I want to check from the Committee of Advisors, if I can call it that, whether there is any input they would like to put to the Portfolio Committee in terms of the work that has been done thus far, before I allow the members to opine. I'm not sure who would be leading there, Dr. Medupe, Mr. Maleka, or Ms. Ngwenya.
If I may, Chair, I'm not too sure if you can see my video.
We can, sir. You may proceed.
Just on the basis of our conversation as advisors, Chair, indeed, we've initiated between ourselves, Mr. Maleka and Ms. Ngwenya, we have initiated a conversation in trying to, to try and assist the process going forward. Well, bear in mind, we don't have anything written down as yet. As a committee, and I think the bigger part of the work, it would really be anchored on the public participation process, where as a content advisors, we did a thorough analysis in terms of the areas that would need attention from the technical aspect of this whole process. So as the advisors, we've sort of agreed that what we can try and assist, the department and the committee with, it's look into the, the bill in its current form, look at the areas that are, that are contentious, and try and, and assist the principals on the basis of what we think, which areas would be areas of focus that would need attention. And I'm sure you know those areas based on the submissions. So what we have agreed on is that as soon as at least we've had directive from this meeting based on the consensus going forward from our principals, then as the three advisors and any other person would be able to actually assist. Actually, I spoke with our legal team this morning, that we come together, we look at the bill in its current form, we identify areas that would need almost immediately attention, put together a framework, suggest a time frame based on the work that would need to go into the bill. And as soon as we're ready, and we're planning as well with Mr. Malika that if Ms. Gwen is available, we are in Joburg tomorrow. We could have a physical engagement in terms of setting up initiating that whole conversation. From tomorrow, we would then have at least a bit of directives after this meeting that we can go ahead as advisors, talk between ourselves and come up with some sort of a 3 or 4 page framework that could then assist both the committee and the department going forward. And notwithstanding the fact that we all are aware that there has to be a clear separation of power. Now, whether the bill is with us as a committee or it's with the department, and I checked with our legal services as well, that what would be the implication if the bill get withdrawn. And, there was a position that Ms. Mitati had put forward, and I'm sure if she's on the platform, she might want to talk, on the issue on whether if the bill, get withdrawn, can we still get involved as Parliament, given the separation of powers? But from our end, Chair, we have indeed had a number of discussions between ourselves, Mr. Malika and Ms. Gwen, on how do we think we're going to be proceeding, based on the outcome of the engagement of from this meeting and the consensus, as outlined by the Minister and yourself, Chair, on how we move forward, on the matter. I'm not too sure if Mr. Malika or Ms. Gwen would want to add, to my submission. Thank you very much. Mr. Malika, if you are able to talk.
I'm covered, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Ngwenya on the platform?
No, Chair, but that reflects the preliminary discussion that both Dr. Malika and also you and I have had. And just to also underscore that, it is to say that it will also be key, and it is key from our approach that also the department, so the team that has been working on the bill from the department side, because we don't want to create the impression that somehow the department is not involved in the preliminary discussions on that way forward and the outline that Dr. Malika was speaking to, which you and I also painted a broader view of it. Thanks.
No, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Maybe let me just say, and maybe for the purposes of ensuring that we are all on the same page. So the proposal, as I understand it, is that the issues in contention, which are already part of the public participation process, and Minister, I'm not saying this to be facetious, but to say it was during the parliamentary-driven public participation process that those issues have come out. Now, rightly so, you express concerns. Now you want to look at those areas, or what is proposed is that the team is looking at those areas, and you would wish to come back to us with a time frame, firstly on the audiovisual policy, as well as reintroduction of the bill to Parliament. And I'm saying that advisedly, knowing that there is still an issue of contention on whether, and perhaps you can assist clarify this, on whether a cabinet approval is sought for the withdrawal of the bill. But for the purposes of this meeting, we then continue with the responses on the issues that would have come out from the public participation process. So that is how I understand it. I see Ms. Mtati wants to make an intervention. You may come in, ma'am. Ms. Mtati, I'm assuming that's Parliamentary Legal Services. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see me, Chair? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of Parliament. And good afternoon to the Minister as well, and members of the media and the platform. Chair, if I'm understanding the Minister correctly, is that he would still need to do some consultation. Is it that he is withdrawing his letter to the Speaker to withdraw the bill or retracting that bill? Because currently we have a withdrawal letter from the minister withdrawing the bill in terms of Rule 334 of the NA. So are these discussions then?
Sorry, let me interrupt you. The minister has not indicated any rescission of his decision to withdraw the bill. So the minister is not submitting a letter withdrawing the withdrawal. I think that's the subject under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to clarify that, Chairperson, insofar as it relates to that, because before Parliament we have such a withdrawal letter, and then the discussions that are happening going forward. Are we continuing with the bill whilst we have such a letter of withdrawal in which the minister, in terms of Rule 334, has indicated that he is withdrawing the bill?
Okay, we will come back and respond to that. Honorable Mates, I see your hand. I just want the minister to clarify the cabinet process and what he wants to say. Then immediately after the minister, I will open for the members to engage. Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yes, so in terms, I mean, I'm glad you clarified that question. So in terms of the withdrawal wasn't tabled before Parliament. We had pursued the route of the legislatory process, which is what is required in terms of the notification to Parliament in invoking Rule 334 of the National Assembly, which then empowers that the person in charge of the bill has the opportunity prior to the second reading of the bill to do that. And I know there is a lot of concern with, and I'm not being, I'm taking the liberty of this question, Chair, just to elaborate on it, that there is a missing aspect. There is a supposedly missing aspect that a withdrawal should be done by a cabinet or can be done by the minister. I think that can be contested, but taking into consideration that feedback, nothing stops us, and the intention that we can still go retrospectively as it is, which is not ideal, place it to cabinet still. But we have triggered that process with Parliament because, you know, and different sides may see this differently, but we triggered that side with Parliament in terms of Rule 334, because that's what is inconsistent with the interaction with Parliament, which is where the bill is at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that clarification. I'm opening up for the members just to reflect. Honorable Mates.
Just quickly, thank you, Chair. Minister, and I think our Chair has been rather kind on how you have managed this whole process of withdrawing the bill. So we hear via media that you've decided to withdraw the bill. As a committee, we did not know about it, and even the letter came in on Sunday, which I assume was after, and then maybe you can give a clarification that you've decided to withdraw the bill. Outside of that, this meeting on the SABC bill was scheduled a very long time ago. So I don't understand, how is it that you could not wait to come here and at least appraise us as committee members and say, okay, this is how we are going to move, that you had to just be that forward to go and announce it in the media before you even appraised the committee, knowing very well that it was coming over here. So now we are in this mess. We have something that is scheduled or that is an agenda item. Are we going back and forth? We don't know whether, and I guess now we have legal services here so they can provide some clarity on whether this was something and an endorsement needs to come from cabinet on this. I mean, you had your deputy minister that took you to task on the media platform saying that it was premature. So what exactly is going on there in the GNU? And Chair, I also don't think we should be spending ridiculous amounts of time interrogating a bill that we're not going to have control over and that it's actually going to be withdrawn, because there's a lot of other issues that we need to focus on. And perhaps our approach must put pressure that the legislative or the policy issues on the other issues are prioritized, and we must get set dates on when these things are going to be done. But the tension between the deputy minister and the minister, well, it's the ANC and DA clearly in this case on how this whole thing has been managed is costing us now what's going to happen there at SABC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mates. I'm assuming Galaxy Tab is Honorable Sithole. The member with their device called Galaxy Tab, is that Honorable Sithole?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, first of all, I want to thank you for just bringing this issue into debate, because actually it helps us, because before it do frustrate us, because when we hear from the media and we hear from the deputy minister and our chairperson and the minister, it was very confusing. Even now, I don't believe that when we are talking about the issues of parliament, which we always bring GNU, it's not a GNU here, it's the Portfolio Committee of Communications dealing with the issue of bill, not GNU. Honorable Chairperson, I think we mustn't waste time, because even the contract advisors says they are busy with other legally scenarios in terms of this bill, because only one thing that we have to find out from you, Honorable Chairperson, have you received any information from the speaker? If there is any information, what the minister, what is the speaker have said? If there is no information, so I think we have to wait until we get a legally advised on how to go forward on this issue of this bill, because we cannot waste time for things that need to be clarified somewhere else. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Botlani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think just to appreciate the level of maturity in the room between ourselves as a portfolio committee and Minister Malatsi. I'm not sure if I understand the advice that we're getting in terms of whether we can continue or not. So I will just use common sense. The bill, after being withdrawn by the minister, is no longer before Parliament. While we have gone on public participation and spoken to interested parties, that process becomes irrelevant at this point. Yes, the minister will borrow from it in terms of how he is going to formulate the new bill. But for this portfolio committee to continue on this with also appreciating you saying it has not been 80-seat, it would be a waste of a resource in terms of the time of the portfolio committee. And mine would be, unless there is a otherwise advice that says we should continue, I think it would really be a waste of time. And Chair, English is not my first language, so I hope I did not misunderstand Honorable Mates when she said the minister was being forward. For me, it has a different meaning, but I think we can disagree with each other and really remain collegial, as you and the chairperson have shown. The minister was using the powers that are vested in him as per the constitution, and he really used his own discretion to make a decision. Could this have been handled differently? Absolutely. But this is where we are. We can really remain collegial and respectful of each other and the choices of words that we use. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, there's nothing disrespectful. What's disrespectful is that we were not appraised. That and
still chairing, Chairperson.
Honorable Mates.
No, because you can't come and say I'm being disrespectful. The disrespect starts as a committee and as Parliament when a minister goes and announces something.
Honorable Chairperson, we cannot allow our...
that I'm
we
being
cannot
forward here.
allow
When your
members
own
to
minister is
disrespect
being
us.
forward, he is being forward, and don't say I'm being disrespectful.
Honorable
We were
Mate.
disrespected here as a committee.
Honorable
Now we
Mate.
that we've been that it's okay. Now we mustn't call out disrespect. It's wrong. No.
Please, 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 please. I think we have said that there's a way we can disagree on issues. So please let's not interject and howl one another down. Honorable Mkhaga, your hand is up.
Thank, Chairperson. Chair.
How valid?
Oh, okay. Chair, I hear the deliberation, Chair, and honored members, those comments. Sorry, it's a process that could have been handled differently. Because this committee would not have denied the opportunity for the minister to interrogate the bill. But I think the challenge of the committee is the consultative process. Because we're a constitutional structure also. And charged with a responsibility to enhance relationships between ourselves and the ministry that we're oversighting. That's our obligation. And I think what is more confusing now is that the parliamentary advice or legal officer is saying they are sitting with a letter of withdrawal. And I'm not sure whether I've captured it correctly. They are sitting with a letter of withdrawal. And the minister does not want to confirm this letter, but acknowledging that he has withdrawn the bill. Can I check? Because I just want to check where the process is. I hear the advisory committee, the interventions, those who are making analysis of the bill, which is something outside. But where exactly is the process now? Why I'm saying this, because the bill was withdrawn from cabinet. And the minister is talking of a second reading by cabinet. Where exactly is the process now? Where is this bill? And where are these letters? And this is exactly what one is interested of in terms of it, so that we're able to respond appropriately around these particular issues. My emphasis is that the process now, what we are challenging, when we're not even challenging, what worries us is the whole notion of a consultative process that we could have avoided all what is happening currently, misunderstandings amongst ourselves, that could have been avoided, precisely because we engage with this bill. So members are aware of the gravity of the nature and engaging entities and around this particular issue. Now, we're worried, and even the costs involved, we don't want to go there, but there are costs involved in the whole process of this bill. Has the minister considered all those factors before he reaches his decision of withdrawing this particular bill? And I'm not denying him in terms of having an opportunity to interact with processes, but at least this basic one of consultation, I think this is the one that I think is problematic for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Subrathi.
Chairperson, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me, I purposely didn't want to join the conversation. It is an awkward conversation, but it is an essential conversation. And I want to firstly appreciate what I think is the level of maturity that honorable members have expressed. But I think, Chairperson, I will be failing as a new member of this committee. And I think the minister himself is a new minister. I think I will be failing if I don't express my concern over the minister's unilateral decision to withdraw the SABC bill without any form of consultation with key role players in the legislative arm, such as the honorable members of this portfolio committee. And I think, and this is my personal view, if there's any disrespect that was shown, I think that was the disrespect to this portfolio committee and this honorable members of this portfolio committee, is as we try to navigate a very uncharted terrain, that in the best interest of South Africa and South Africans, and in best interest of service delivery, I think this portfolio committee should have been afforded the courtesy of a heads up. And for me to find out as a member of this portfolio committee over the media was highly disrespectful. So I want to make that very, very clear. Chairperson, it is our considered view that to usher in, that it is my considered view, Chairperson, that in order for us to usher in a new era, we have to be willing to change a silo mentality and create a conducive environment for and relationship for open, robust, and meaningful engagements, as we are doing now, as we are challenging ourselves, and as I am challenging myself to not express my emotions, but rather to focus on building a foundation. Chairperson, I am disappointed that I believe that the expression of the minister to withdraw the bill was, in my view, an unconsidered view. I think there's various consequences, and the minister had expressed his reasons, and there are also the reasons of other members, and there's the reasons of the portfolio committee. And once he is within his right, as he has expressed, I think this is where a relationship is built, that there must be a considered view of all sides. And my primary basis is that I feel that we were highly disrespected. And I think I've externalized that and I've expressed it. Having said that, Chairperson, I'm still in a conundrum as I sit here. We sit here in a conundrum because should we proceed with this meeting, yes or no? Why? Because if the Honorable Minister has expressed an intention to withdraw the bill, and it is based on what I've been told, it is a bill that will be withdrawn. Do we go further on the process? Or, and we'll take guidance from the minister, or is there within the minister an inclination towards you know what, I'm inclined towards wanting to withdraw this, I don't know. And then we must decide that we want to move forward. Now, if we decide to move forward, and notwithstanding the fact that there is this big question mark whether the minister will withdraw or not withdraw this bill, if we proceed, Chairperson, it will only be proceeding in anticipation that there may be some leniency, and anticipation perhaps that we have the best interests of SABC at heart and we want to move ahead and try and find solutions. And again, what we are doing is what was intended to have been done. It was part of this legislative process that we had public hearings, and this meeting was set to review the outcome of those hearings. And I think it would have been a matter of waiting until these hearings wherein we could have then discussed the nuances and the challenges. But Chairperson, I'll pause here and I'll leave it to your guidance and your wisdom to decide whether we proceed further based on the fact that really we don't know legislatively there is an intention to withdraw this bill. Should we proceed even further with the agenda? Chairperson, I'll pause and I'll leave it to you to guide us further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Maybe just for the benefit of Honorable Mkhaga, let me reiterate. So the bill went through Cabinet. It was introduced in Parliament and subsequently referred to our committee as a reintroduction into the 7th Parliament. Now, the rules of the National Assembly, I think Minister referred to Rule 334, they provide that before the second reading of the bill in the National Assembly, the member who is in charge of the bill may withdraw it, and that member in this case is Minister Malatsi. And we have not yet had the second reading, so that is common cause. Honorable Mkhaga asks where the bill is, which is what I was trying to address in the opening, where I said our view is that since this matter has not yet been ATC'd, honestly, we've been speaking of conversations that we are hearing. I do want to request the Secretariat to reach out to the Speaker's office and request the copies of correspondence between the Minister and the Speaker as it relates to this matter, so that we may have a sense of what the Speaker has subsequently responded to the Minister and said in terms of way forward. Nonetheless, Ms. Mtati indicates that they are aware as Parliamentary Legal Services of a withdrawal of the bill by the Minister. Now, we had opened or had raised a question with the Minister that says, we are also hearing in the same way that a lot of this discussion has been happening, we are hearing the Cabinet spokesperson, Minister Khumbudzo Ntshabeni, who is the Minister in the Presidency and spokesperson of Cabinet, saying that that bill belongs to Cabinet, and therefore a process of withdrawal of the bill needs to go through a Cabinet process as well. Now, we don't have a position on that. It is not for us to have a position on that. But then in the spirit that says we do not want to take hasty decisions on this matter, I think Minister Ntshabeni did indicate that Cabinet is going to be addressing this issue next, well, it was next week then, which is this week. I don't know whether Cabinet is sitting this week, but I'm just reporting what we have been hearing. So as far as things stand right now, Honorable Mkhaga, Minister has submitted a withdrawal to the Speaker. The Speaker has indicated to the Minister that while he's within his rights to withdraw the bill, he should seek an engagement with the Portfolio Committee on this matter, which is what we're doing. And while we are here, and then saying that there is this further complication on the issue of Cabinet, which leaves us not knowing then whether Minister Malatsi would have in any way acted ultra virus by not engaging Cabinet on the bill. So having heard, I'm not sure who Telana Haley is, so I will be advised if it's a hand I need to be recognizing. But I would want to check firstly with legal services whether they have any comment on what we have just said now, as it relates to the standing of the withdrawal by the Minister, given the concerns coming from Cabinet. And I have then noted that a motion is on the floor that indicates that members would wish that we do not proceed until there is clarity on this matter. So that is my understanding of issues now. I'm not sure, Ms. Haley, if you could introduce yourself.
Yes, Chairperson, my name is Talana Halistaki. I am a legal advisor and the drafting support for this bill. I work closely with Ms. Ntati. And I think we just needed clarity as to whether the...
Haley, you're a parliamentary legal advisor, right?
A parliamentary legal advisor. I apologize if I wasn't clear.
Thank you.
So we just needed clarity with whether the Minister had intended on withdrawing the bill. If that is the case, then I think a formal letter will have to be sent to the Speaker of that intention before we actually process the bill in Parliament. The next step with the bill was that following public participation, we should have engaged with the comments from the public. So the department, along with Parliamentary Legal Services, would have been given an opportunity to respond to those comments. Following that, the committee would then do a deep dive into the aspects of the bill that they wish to change. And then that would feed into what we call an A-list. So the bill, as it stands now, could look very differently once the committee has dealt with the process of engaging, deliberating, and then ourselves at Parliamentary Legal Services and OXLA, the state law advisors, would then sit and draft what we call an A-list to change what the committee decides on what the bill needs to be changed. This obviously follows the engagements that the committee had from the public and also our advice as well as the department's advice on those responses. But at the moment, the bill as it stands is withdrawn by the Minister. So for us to proceed and to delve into the responses by the department would not be technically correct because the Minister first would have to formally withdraw his withdrawal. I hope I'm making myself clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. Thank you very much for that very concise advice.
Please note me.
Honorable Botlani.
Chairperson, I think in future, can we get something that is written from the legal department so that we are more appraised than what we have seen today?
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Haley, you want to come back?
Yes, sorry. Obviously, all our legal advice. Sorry, all our legal advice is always in writing. But as often what happens is when you're engaging with the committee, there are questions that arise when we are in committee. When we were invited to this meeting, we had no idea that the minister was going to withdraw his withdrawal. Obviously, if we were appraised with that information and we were asked to appraise the committee with formal legal advice, we would have done so. But this is just our response as assisting the committee as the meeting progresses.
Okay. All right. Honorable members, I don't want to drag this meeting out unnecessarily. So I want to make it very clear, and I'll give the minister if he wants to make any points of emphasis as well. But I want to make it clear that the minister has not withdrawn his withdrawal. Therefore, he is fulfilling what the direction that he would have been given by the speaker to engage the committee on this matter. We are saying at this point, if I understand correctly, that well, I have raised the issue of cabinet to say that I don't know whether everything that the minister needs to do has been fulfilled insofar as cabinet is concerned. And therefore, I would want to propose, in line with what members are saying, that we stand down on this issue and wait for that clarity, and parliamentary legal services are requested, as Minister, you must receive, girl, I almost said Minister Botlani, as Honorable Botlani has said, that we get advice in writing based on some of the complexities that we have raised. I think our brief to parliamentary services will be quite succinct in terms of some of the other areas of concern that we would have as a committee. And in this case, my own particular view around perhaps abuse of executive authority to come in the middle of a parliamentary public participation process and not respond in the manner that would ordinarily be expected, that this is where the bill is. Let us conclude it, let us amend where we need to amend, and obviously with the department led by the minister playing a key role in that. So we will seek legal advice, but insofar as the responses are concerned, that we do not proceed to receive the responses from the department, given, as I think one of the members had said, that we're truly wasting time if we consider responses on a matter that is going to be withdrawn. The minister has also committed that he will be coming back and giving us an indication of the timelines that they would be working towards in terms of the finalization of the audio and audiovisual policy, as well as the reintroduction of the bill should it fully be withdrawn, as he is intimating and saying. Minister, that would be my conclusion. I don't want to call it a ruling on this matter. I don't know if you want to come back, Honorable Minister.
Chair, thank you for your direction. Ordinarily, I wouldn't want to come back, but I think in light of both and I'm hoping that I'm not opening up a debate, so you'll be able to use your discretion to rule in here. I think there are salient points that Honorable Subrathi made and also Honorable Mhaha, which also extend to some of the sentiment that Honorable Mateis made around respect and around process and all of those related things. I think leadership is about tough choices at any given time. And I think there is no appetite to disrespect the committee, undermine the committee whatsoever. I think there is always going to be instances of, potential overlap in, exercising executive powers and also making sure that in this political dispensation that we are in, where we should be, pulling each other in the same direction and moving in tandem at all times, that we take each other into confidence into process. And perhaps in the process there may be cracks, but I just want to underscore the point that there is no appetite for disrespect to the committee here, and that in the clinical respect of the parliamentary process regarding the decision to get in here, that ticks all those boxes. And I think I did reply to your question regarding the status of cabinet on this, and that there are different layers in this. One, which was the immediate layer, and which was one that I pursued, was the parliamentary one. Of course, you've mentioned the effect of the expressions of the cabinet spokesperson and the concerns that they've had with this, which we'll always be able to deal with, and then we'll come back to the portfolio. But I know that, withdrawals are unconventional, and given that it's the SABC, which is a matter that is close to everyone's heart, it will generate polarizing views and all of that. And I have no appetite for abuse of executive powers whatsoever. But, we confronted with, making tough choices in this process, and some of them may manifest themselves in the manner that this one did. And if the committee feels that it was disrespected, there was no intention to doing this. But here we abided by the laws, and there was no deviation from the laws. And I do take Honorable Subrathi's point, though, because I think it's an important point, because his point extends to the fact that he says, over and beyond you exercising your powers, it's key to take us along as the portfolio committee as a key stakeholder in this. And that's a point that I take with all humility, Chair. And I think that is even with the approach that this engagement is happening, as the sentiment emerged from the letter with the speaker that we engage with the committee. It is clear that this won't be the last engagement, that we'll need another engagement on this. And I take, the finalization of the manner in which you have done. But I do think it's important for members of the committee to have the clarity that in tabling this, it was necessary for you to proceed in this way, because while Parliament hasn't ATC'd it, you had to proceed in the manner that you did. And that is why we also, came to this gathering in the manner that we did. I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And let me thank all the members for their contributions. As things stand now, we are standing down on the department responses on the SABC. As indicated, we are going to seek parliamentary legal advice. We've noted all the issues that the Minister has raised. The Minister's letter in Parliament still remains as it is. And I think perhaps I do know that some of the caucuses would also want to go and reflect on the developments today. Maybe let me just underscore what the Minister is saying. We may have differences of opinion on how to proceed on this, but I don't think that we have differences of opinion when it relates to how urgent it is for the issue of the SABC bill to be finalized. There are huge burning platforms in the SABC, with its financial sustainability really being at the core. And it is in nobody's interest to ensure that there is any delay in the processing of this bill. And this committee has also no interest in passing a bill that is severely flawed, which is why we would have sought to work with the Minister to amend what needs to be amended. And to be honest, my personal view is that there are no fundamental differences in terms of what needs to be amended. So the Minister has committed to timelines. We have also said that we would like this issue to be finalized at the very latest before the financial year end, but we will revert back to the committee, I think, once all necessary consultations have been done with legal services, and then just give advice on the way forward. I don't know about you, Minister, but my intention would be then to write back to the Speaker to indicate that we have had a consultation. While we are trying to move forward, there are still issues that are requiring a clarification, and ideally we should finalize those within the course of the week. And the advisors will then continue with the work that they're doing to identify those contentious issues, so that that also guides on our way forward. So with those remarks, honorable members, honorable Minister, honorable Deputy Minister, I don't believe that we have any other items on the agenda. I want to just thank you all so much for your participation. And I want to thank you for the collegiality that you always engage in this meeting. And that includes Honorable Mates. So I was very shocked today when she was interjecting, but I know that it is not the norm in terms of how we run our meeting. So thank you. Thank you for making the time. Thank you to the committee staff who gave us a generous amount of time, which we did not fully utilize. Tomorrow, honorable members, we are having a joint portfolio committee meeting with the Parliamentary Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. I understand that the National Space Agency, together with Centec, I'm not sure about the participation of the Department of Defense, but they will be presenting around the work that they're doing around satellite for communications. I think this is a very important issue that we have not engaged in as a committee. And when we got the request from Science, Technology and Innovation to appraise us already of what the country at the level of government is doing to ensure that we are in a position to deploy satellites for communication, we felt that it was an important conversation to have, and hence then we scheduled it in the way that we did. Let me then declare the meeting officially closed, and thank you once again for your participation and your contributions. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair.